Yo, what's up everyone? It's Arise Harry, and today we're checking out, what if Harry's blood activated the Founder's Stones at age 11 and Hogwarts Castle itself knelt before him. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Stones Awaken. The Sandwich Lady had already come and gone twice before Harry stopped pretending he wasn't hungry. Ron Weasley, who Harry had known for approximately 2 hours and who had already told him more about his family than Harry had ever said about his own, pushed the pile of chocolate frogs across the seat. Go on, mate. I've got corned beef if it comes to that, and trust me, it won't come to that. Harry took one. The frog leapt immediately for the window, hit the glass, and slid down in a way that was both magical and deeply sad. You've got to grab them quick, Ron said, already tearing into a pumpkin pasty. Fred says the trick is to bite the head off first, but Fred also says loads of things that end with me in trouble, so. Harry picked up the stunned frog and bit its head off. Chocolate, just chocolate, but something in his chest loosened. He couldn't name it. It had something to do with the rain streaking the windows and the way Ron talked like Harry was just some kid he'd met on a train, which, really, he was. So you've actually never heard of Quidditch, Ron said, not accusingly. More like someone who discovered a fascinating medical condition. No. Right. Okay. So there's 7 players per side. By the time Ron had gotten to the Wronski Feint, the countryside outside had changed. The gentle farmland had given way to thicker forest, darker greens, hills that rose like the spines of buried animals. Harry watched it pass and felt something he didn't recognize. A tugging. Faint, like a fishhook behind his navel, pulling north. He put his hand flat on the window. Cool glass, vibration of the train beneath. The tugging didn't stop. You all right? Ron asked. Yeah, Harry said. Yeah, I'm fine. He wasn't sure that was true. The door to their compartment slid open, and a round-faced boy with watery eyes looked in. Sorry, have either of you seen a toad? Only I've lost him again and Gran's going to murder me. She's actually going to do it this time. Haven't seen one, Ron said. But we can help look if you want. The boy, Neville, his name was Neville Longbottom, looked so grateful that Harry felt a pang of recognition. That was the face of someone who wasn't used to people being kind without a reason. Harry knew it because he'd worn it himself, 2 hours ago, when Ron had offered him half the compartment. They didn't find the toad. What they found instead was Hermione Granger, a girl with enormous hair and a voice like a very confident encyclopedia, who had already changed into her robes and informed them she'd memorized the first 3 chapters of every textbook. I've read about you, of course, she told Harry, in a tone that suggested she'd read about everything and he shouldn't feel special. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry said. You didn't know. He didn't answer that. Ron caught his eye and made a face that said mental, that one, and Harry almost laughed. Hermione found the toad. Of course she did. She returned Neville's Trevor with the air of someone filing a completed report, told them they should change into robes because they'd be arriving soon, and left. Bet she's a Ravenclaw, Ron muttered. The tugging was stronger now. Harry changed into his robes and sat back down and tried to figure out what was happening in his chest. It wasn't painful. It wasn't the scar, that was its own specific kind of hurt, sharp and electric, and this was nothing like it. This was warm. Steady. Like a heartbeat that wasn't his. The train began to slow. We're here, Ron said, pressing his face to the window. Harry, look. Harry looked. Hogwarts sat on its cliff above the Black Lake like it had grown there, like the rock had decided to become a castle one day and no one had argued. Towers and turrets caught the last light of the sky, and the windows burned gold, and the whole thing was so much bigger than Harry had imagined that his brain sort of stuttered and restarted. The tugging became a pull. The pull became a hum. His hands were shaking. He shoved them in his pockets. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed over the platform, and Harry felt a wash of relief at seeing him, massive, bearded, the first person from this world who'd been kind to him. Hagrid spotted Harry and his whole face crinkled. "All right, there, Harry." "Yeah, Hagrid. This is Ron. Another Weasley. I spent half me time settin' your brothers straight. Good lads, though. Come on, follow me, boats are this way." They followed a narrow, muddy path through the trees. Harry could barely see in the dark, but his feet seemed to know where to go. That was strange. He filed it away with the tugging and the humming and the shaking hands and decided that magic was just like this, strange, all the time, and you either got used to it or you didn't. The boats were wooden and old and sat on water so still it looked like black glass. "For to a boat." Harry climbed in with Ron, Neville, and Hermione, who had appeared beside them with the silent efficiency of a cat. "No more and for to a boat." Hagrid called. "Everyone in." Right then, forward. The boats moved on their own, cutting through the water without sound. Harry gripped the edge and watched the castle grow. Bigger. Closer. The hum in his chest was building, a chord of something that vibrated in his teeth, in his bones, in the spaces between his ribs where his lungs worked harder than they should have. The scar on his forehead prickled, not pain, not exactly, but awareness. Like it was waking up. "It's brilliant, isn't it?" Ron whispered. Harry nodded. His throat was too tight to speak. They passed beneath a curtain of ivy and into a dark tunnel that seemed to run beneath the castle itself. The hum was a roar now, or it felt like one, though no one else seemed to hear it. Harry looked at Ron. Ron was gazing up at the rock ceiling with wide eyes but nothing like alarm. Hermione was studying the water. Neville was clutching Trevor so hard the toad squeaked. Just Harry, then. Just him. The boats bumped against an underground harbor, and they climbed out onto slick rock. Hagrid led them up a passageway and out onto smooth, damp grass in the shadow of the castle. Up close, the walls were massive, not built, Harry thought suddenly, not constructed stone by stone, but grown. Like the castle was one single piece of rock that someone had carved into the shape of a school. His scar burned. Brief, hot, then gone. They climbed stone steps. A huge oak door stood before them. Hagrid raised a fist the size of a dustbin lid and knocked 3 times. The door opened. A tall witch with a severe bun and the expression of someone who had been disappointed by children for 40 years straight stood in the entrance. Professor McGonagall. She looked exactly like the kind of person who would turn into a cat, Harry thought, and then wondered why he'd thought that. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them across a stone floor so vast that the torchlight didn't reach the ceiling. Harry could hear hundreds of voices from behind a doorway to the right, the rest of the school, already assembled. McGonagall steered them into a small chamber off the main hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and gave them a speech about houses and points and the sorting ceremony that Harry barely heard because the humming had moved from his chest into the floor. It was in the stone. He could feel it rising through his shoes, up through the soles of his feet, into his ankles and shins. The castle was humming and the hum was getting louder and it was directed at him. He looked down at the floor. Grey stone. Ancient. Cold. Except under his feet, where it was warm. "Harry," Ron hissed. "You've gone white." "I'm fine." "You look like you're going to be sick." "I said I'm fine." McGonagall returned and led them out of the chamber, through the doors, and into the great hall. Harry's first thought was that it couldn't be real. The ceiling was the night sky, not painted, not an illusion, but the actual sky, stars and thin clouds and the last purple bruise of sunset at the western edge. Thousands of candles floated in midair above 4 long tables packed with students. Gold plates gleamed. The air smelled like food and old wood, and something underneath both of those, something mineral and deep, like the smell after lightning hits rock. At the far end of the hall, the staff table stretched across a raised platform. A very old man with a silver beard that could have been used as a scarf sat in the center. Dumbledore. Harry knew him from the chocolate frog card, but in person, Dumbledore was less twinkly and more present. Like a man who took up more space than his body should allow. Beside Dumbledore sat a hook-nosed man in black robes whose eyes found Harry the instant he entered the room and didn't let go. The look on his face was complicated: recognition, hostility, and something buried so deep Harry couldn't name it. Their eyes met, and Harry's scar gave a single, sharp throb. But that wasn't what made him stop walking. The floor was warm. Not just under his feet, the entire floor of the great hall, every stone, radiating heat like a sun-baked road. And the hum had become a sound, just barely, a lone note that Harry felt more than heard, rising from somewhere far beneath. "Keep moving," Hermione whispered behind him. He kept moving. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set a battered, patched wizard's hat on top of it. The hat sat there for a moment, and then a rip near the brim opened like a mouth and it began to sing. Harry didn't hear the song. He was listening to the castle. There was no other word for it, it was breathing. Deep, slow, enormous breaths that moved through the stone like tides. The walls expanded and contracted by millimeters, invisible to the eye, but Harry could feel each one because the castle's rhythm had synced with his own heartbeat and they were breathing together. The song ended. People clapped. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah." A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and put on the hat. A moment passed. "Hufflepuff," the hat shouted. The table on the right erupted. Hannah Abbott ran to join them, looking relieved. Names were called. Students were sorted. Harry watched and didn't watch, because the breathing was getting faster. The castle's rhythm was accelerating, matching his rising pulse, and the warmth in the floor was climbing, into the walls now, into the air itself. The candles overhead flickered. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool. The hat took a long time with her. Gryffindor. Ron groaned quietly. Harry barely noticed. The warmth was in his hands now, tingling, like static before a shock. Malfoy, Draco. A pale, pointed boy that Harry recognized from Madame Malkin's swaggered to the stool. The hat barely grazed his head. Slytherin. Malfoy smirked and joined the far left table, where he was greeted like a returning prince. Harry watched him go and felt something from the castle, not hostility, not exactly. Attention. The stones were paying attention to Draco Malfoy, and Harry had no idea why. More names. More sortings. The P.S. were coming. Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted like fire through dry grass. Potter? The Harry Potter? Heads craned. The entire hall shifted, 500 people trying to get a look at him. Harry's legs moved without his permission, carrying him toward the stool, and with every step the warmth in the floor intensified until the stones felt like they were made of sunlight. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It fell past his eyes, blocking out the hall. "Well," said a small voice in his ear. Well. Hello, Harry thought. "Oh, don't be polite with me, boy. Do you have any idea what you've done?" "I sat on a stool." "You walked into this castle. That's what you did. You walked into this castle and every stone in the foundation felt it, and now I've got 4 dead founders screaming in my brim and the building is about to, oh." The hat went silent. Harry felt it. The moment. The exact instant. Something deep beneath the castle, miles down, it felt like, in the bedrock itself, cracked open. Not broke. Not shattered. Opened, like an eye. Like 4 eyes. The warmth became heat. The hum became a sound. The sound became a voice, or 4 voices, overlapping, rising from the floor and the walls and the ceiling in a chord so deep it was almost below hearing. The candles overhead flared, not brighter, but different, their flames turning emerald, then sapphire, then gold, then copper, cycling through the 4 house colors in a heartbeat. The hat on Harry's head began to tremble. "Oh," it said again, much quieter. "Oh, it's you. It's actually you." The great hall shook. Not violently, not like an earthquake. Like a dog shaking off water. A single, massive ripple that ran through every stone, every beam, every enchantment woven into the fabric of the school. The floating candles swayed. Goblets rattled on the tables. The night sky ceiling blazed with sudden stars, thousands more than had been there a second ago, burning so bright they cast shadows. Students screamed. Some dove under tables. The teachers were on their feet, Dumbledore fastest of all, his wand out, his eyes locked on Harry with an expression that was not twinkling at all. The floor of the great hall split. Not dangerously, a single crack, precise as a surgeon's cut, ran from the door to the staff table, and from the crack, light poured upward. Golden light, thick as honey, warm as summer. It rose in a column and spread across the ceiling, replacing the star field with something else, something older. Symbols carved in light. 4 animals, a lion, an eagle, a serpent, a badger. They moved and twisted and merged and separated, alive in the stonework that had held them for 1,000 years. The suits of armor along the walls moved. Every single one of them. 40 suits of enchanted armor, decorative, mostly ignored, suddenly stepped off their plinths in perfect unison. The crash of metal on stone was deafening. Students screamed again, scrambling away from the walls, but the armor wasn't attacking. It was turning. Turning to face Harry. And then, with a sound like a cathedral bell being struck, every suit of armor dropped to one knee. The great hall fell silent. Absolute silence. 500 students and 50 staff members, not one of them breathing. The hat spoke. Not in Harry's ear. Not in a whisper. The hat's voice exploded from its brim like thunder, amplified by the castle itself until the words shook dust from the rafters. The heir of the Founder's Covenant has come. Bound by blood and sacrifice, marked by death and love, the castle recognizes its master. The 4 stones wake. Hogwarts kneels. The crack in the floor pulsed. For lights, red, blue, green, gold, spiraled up from the depths and hung in the air like tiny suns, orbiting Harry where he sat on the stool with an old hat on his head and his hands gripping the wooden edges so hard his knuckles were white. The hat's voice dropped to a murmur that somehow still carried to every corner. He is Gryffindor's courage. He is Ravenclaw's vision. He is Hufflepuff's heart. He is Slytherin's will. He belongs to no single house, for all 4 have claimed him. A pause. The 4 lights circled Harry's head like a crown. But a home he must have. And the lion roars loudest in this one's blood. The hat took what sounded like a breath. Gryffindor. The red light flared and sank into Harry's chest. The other 3, blue, green, gold, didn't disappear. They dimmed, pulled back, and sank into the crack in the floor, which sealed itself shut with a grinding sound. The candles returned to normal. The stars on the ceiling faded back to their usual number. The suits of armor remained on one knee. Nobody moved. Harry pulled the hat off his head. His hands were still shaking. His scar was burning, not painfully, but constantly, a warm coal pressed to his forehead. He could feel the castle around him like a second skin. Every room. Every corridor. Every staircase. Every person standing in every hallway, every ghost floating through every wall, every suit of armor still kneeling on cold stone. He could feel it all. He looked out at the great hall. 500 faces stared back at him, slack-jawed, terrified, awed. At the Gryffindor table, Ron's mouth was open so wide Harry could see his tonsils. Hermione's hands were pressed over her mouth, her eyes enormous. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was gripping the edge of the bench with both hands, his face so pale it was almost translucent. At the staff table, Dumbledore lowered his wand. Slowly. His expression had rearranged itself from shock into something much more controlled, thoughtful, assessing, grandfatherly. The transition was fast. Harry saw it happen and something in him noted, that was a performance. He chose that face. Next to Dumbledore, the hook-nosed man, Snape, Harry remembered, had gone the color of chalk. He wasn't looking at Harry's face. He was looking at Harry's eyes, and whatever he saw there made him grip the edge of the staff table hard enough to bend a goblet. McGonagall stood at the front of the hall, the scroll still in her hand, and she looked like someone who had just watched a building stand up and introduce itself. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her voice was remarkably steady. "Please take your seat at the Gryffindor table." Harry stood up from the stool. His legs worked, which surprised him. He walked toward the Gryffindor table, and as he passed each suit of armor, it rose back to its feet and returned to its plinth. One by one. Following his progress. When he sat down between Ron and a red-haired boy who turned out to be Ron's brother Percy, the last suit of armor settled into place with a final clank. The silence held for 3 more seconds. Then the great hall erupted. Not in cheers, in chaos. Everyone was talking at once. Students turning to each other, to older students, to anyone who might explain what had just happened. At the Ravenclaw table, half the students had pulled out quills and were scribbling notes. At the Hufflepuff table, a girl was crying, not from fear, Harry felt through the castle, but from something else, something like recognition. At the Slytherin table, the older students were already huddled in tight conversation, and Draco Malfoy was staring at Harry across the hall with an expression that could have meant anything. "Harry," Ron said. "Harry. What the bloody hell was that?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "The castle, the armor just," and the hat said, "I know. I was there." "You were more than there, mate, you were the Mr. Weasley, if you could contain your entirely justified shock for approximately 2 minutes, Percy said crisply, though his own hands were shaking, "the sorting is not yet finished." It wasn't. McGonagall, drawing on reserves of composure that should have earned her a medal, continued calling names. The remaining students were sorted in a daze. Nobody clapped very loud. Everyone kept looking at Harry. Thomas, Dean. Gryffindor. Turpin, Lisa. Ravenclaw. Weasley, Ronald. Ron lurched to his feet, went green, and stumbled to the stool. The hat was on his head for a full minute, the longest sorting yet, after Harry's, and Ron's expression shifted through several complicated emotions before the hat shouted, "Gryffindor," and he came back to sit beside Harry with the look of a man who'd been interrogated. "The hat asked me about you," Ron muttered. "What?" "It asked me if I was ready. For what's coming. Because of you." Ron picked up a fork and put it down again. "I said I just wanted to be in Gryffindor, and it laughed and said that was the right answer." Zabini, Blaze. Slytherin. The sorting ended. Dumbledore rose. The hall went quiet again, but it was a different quiet now, expectant, electric. Every eye was on the headmaster. Dumbledore stood at the center of the staff table, his hands resting lightly on the wood, and looked out at the school with an expression of warm benevolence that Harry, sitting 50 feet away, could feel the castle not quite trust. That was strange. The castle didn't trust Dumbledore. Harry didn't know how he knew that, but he knew it the way he knew the walls were stone and the ceiling was enchanted. It was simply a fact of the building he was sitting in. "Well," Dumbledore said. "That was rather more excitement than we usually manage before dessert." Scattered, nervous laughter. "I am sure you all have a great many questions." I have a few myself. But questions, like fine wine, improve with patience, and stomachs, unlike minds, cannot be asked to wait. So, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Food appeared on every table. Mountains of it, roast beef and chicken and pork chops and potatoes in every configuration and vegetables that gleamed with butter and gravy boats that poured themselves. Under any other circumstances, Harry would have fallen on it. The Dursleys had been feeding him scraps for years, and the sight of this much food in one place was almost enough to make him cry. But he wasn't hungry. He was vibrating. The castle's presence was so loud in his head that eating felt absurd, like trying to have a sandwich during an earthquake. He made himself take a piece of chicken. Ron, whose appetite was evidently shockproof, was already on his third potato. So, said the red-haired twins from across the table, Fred and George, Ron's brothers, identical in face and grin. You're the heir of the Founders' Covenant. Apparently, Harry said. Brilliant. Can you make the stairs stop moving? Because we've been late to potions 6 times and Snape takes points like, I don't think I can do anything, Harry said. I don't even know what happened. The castle recognized you, said Hermione. She'd been quiet since the sorting, which Harry was learning was unusual. Her voice was careful, precise, the voice of someone assembling a theory in real time. The sorting hat referenced a covenant, the Founders' Covenant. It's in Hogwarts, a history, but only as a footnote. A legend that the 4 founders bound the castle to their bloodline using some kind of ancient blood magic. The castle would remain sentient and self-governing until a true heir appeared, someone carrying all 4 founders' magical signatures. And how would someone carry all 4? Percy asked, frowning. I don't know yet, Hermione said, and the yet landed like a promise. Harry looked down at his plate. The chicken was good. He made himself eat. Around him, the conversation spiraled, other students chiming in with theories, rumors, things their parents had told them. A ghost drifted through the table and introduced himself as nearly headless Nick, but even he seemed distracted, glancing at Harry with an expression of spectral wonder. I saw you die, Nick said softly. Not you, your family. Not your parents, even. Older. Potters who walked these halls when I did, and their parents before them. The bloodline runs deep, young Harry. Deeper than anyone remembers. Thanks, Harry said. That's, thanks. He looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore was eating, or pretending to eat, while conducting a murmured conversation with McGonagall that involved a lot of sharp hand gestures on her part. Snape wasn't eating at all. He was sitting rigidly in his chair, staring at nothing, and his left hand was pressed flat on the table as if he was feeling for something in the stone. Harry realized, with a jolt, that Snape was feeling for something. Feeling for the hum. He couldn't find it, Harry could tell, but he was trying, and the fact that he knew to try meant something. Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher with the purple turban, was watching Harry too. Harry had met him briefly at the Leaky Cauldron, a nervous, stuttering man who seemed afraid of his own shadow. But right now, the look in Quirrell's eyes wasn't nervous. It was hungry. Harry's scar pulsed. Sharp, quick, then gone. He looked away. The feast ended eventually. Dumbledore stood again, gave notices about the Forbidden Forest and a third-floor corridor that was out of bounds to anyone who didn't want to die a painful death, and then sent everyone to bed. Gryffindors, follow me. Percy called, striding toward the doors with the self-importance of someone who'd been waiting his whole life for a prefect badge. Harry stood up. The moment his hands left the table and his feet hit the floor, the castle surged. Not visibly, nothing that anyone could see. But Harry felt it. The stones beneath him, the walls on either side, the staircase they were climbing, all of it, reaching for him. Welcoming him. The torches in the corridors burned a fraction brighter as he passed. The paintings on the walls turned to watch him, not with the idle curiosity they showed other students but with something older and more solemn. A knight in one painting actually bowed. "Did that painting just bow to you?" Ron asked. "No," Harry lied. "They climbed 7 flights of stairs. The staircases moved, Percy had warned them about this, but when Harry stepped onto each one, it locked into place. Steady as bedrock. No one else noticed. They were too busy gawking at the moving paintings and the trick steps and the sheer overwhelming size of the castle. But Harry noticed. And the castle noticed him noticing. And something between them, some wordless, ancient understanding, settled into place like a key in a lock. The Gryffindor common room was behind a painting of a fat lady in a pink dress who demanded a password, Caput Draconis, and swung open to reveal a round, warm room full of squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. It should have felt strange, everything about this day should have felt strange, but it didn't. It felt like walking into a room that had been waiting for him. Because it had been. He could feel it. This room, this tower, this entire castle, waiting. For a very long time. The first-year boys' dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase. 5 4-poster beds with deep red hangings. Harry's trunk was already at the foot of one of them. Ron took the bed next to him. Neville, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan took the other 3. They were all looking at Harry. "I'm really tired," Harry said. It was the truest thing he'd said all day. The other boys took the hint. Mumbled goodnights. Curtains drawn. Rustling as people changed and climbed into bed. Within 15 minutes, Ron was snoring. Harry lay on his back and stared at the canopy of his 4-poster bed. The sheets were warm. The mattress was soft. He'd never had a bed this good. He'd never had a bed at all, really, the one in Dudley's second bedroom barely counted, with its broken springs and thin blankets. He pressed his hand flat against the wall beside his bed. Warm. The stone was warm. Not hot, warm, like skin. Like something alive. And deep beneath the warmth, the hum. For notes, overlapping, harmonizing in a way that wasn't quite music and wasn't quite speech. The castle was talking to him, or trying to, and he didn't speak its language yet but he could feel the shape of what it wanted to say. Welcome. Finally. Home. Harry closed his eyes. His scar ached. His chest was full of something enormous and unnamed. He was 11 years old and an orphan, and until 6 weeks ago he had lived in a cupboard under the stairs, and now a 1,000-year-old castle was calling him home and he didn't know what to do with that. His hand stayed on the wall. The wall stayed warm. He didn't sleep for a long time. But when he did, he didn't dream of the Dursleys or the dark cupboard or the cold. He dreamed of stone corridors stretching out in every direction, endless and warm and lit by torches that burned without heat, and somewhere deep below, for lights pulsing in the dark like hearts. The morning came grey and Scottish, rain tapping against the tower windows. Harry opened his eyes and knew, instantly, that there were 412 people in the castle. He knew where each of them was. Not precisely, not names or faces, but presences, warm spots in the vast map of Hogwarts that spread across his mind like a second set of senses. He sat up. Ron was still snoring. Neville's toad was sitting on the windowsill, watching the rain. Harry got dressed quietly and went down to the common room. Empty, this early. The fire was low, red embers. He stood in the middle of the room and closed his eyes and listened. The castle unfolded. Corridors. Classrooms. Secret passages, dozens of them, folded into the walls like origami. A room on the 7th floor that kept changing its mind about what it wanted to be. The kitchens beneath the great hall, where small creatures were already working. The dungeons, cold and dripping, and something in the dungeons that flickered with a presence Harry didn't like, something that made his scar twitch. The 3rd floor, where the forbidden corridor held something behind a locked door, something the castle was watching with the stone equivalent of narrowed eyes. And below everything, below the foundations, below the bedrock, the 4 stones. He could feel them like he could feel his own fingers. The Gryffindor stone burned. The Hufflepuff stone hummed with steady warmth. The Ravenclaw stone rang like a bell struck once and still vibrating. The Slytherin stone was cold and smooth and watchful. 4 stones. 4 founders. 1,000 years of dormancy, ended by one boy's blood. Harry opened his eyes. His scar was bleeding. Just a trickle, he touched his forehead and his fingers came away red. He wiped it on his sleeve and went down to breakfast. The great hall was mostly empty. A few early-rising Ravenclaws, a cluster of 7th-year Hufflepuffs, and at the staff table, Snape. The potions professor was drinking black coffee and reading a newspaper and looked like he hadn't slept at all. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and reached for toast. The moment he sat down, the bench warmed under him. A goblet filled itself with pumpkin juice without being asked. The toast rack slid 3 inches closer to his hand. Snape's newspaper lowered. Dark eyes fixed on Harry across the empty hall. Harry ate his toast. He didn't look up. He didn't need to, he could feel Snape's attention like a spotlight, and beneath it, something the castle was telling him, this one is angry, this one is in pain, this one is watching you and hating himself for it. He looked up. Snape looked away. The newspaper went back up. Students trickled in. The hall filled. Ron arrived with his shirt untucked and his hair going in 6 directions, dropped onto the bench beside Harry, and immediately began constructing a tower of sausages. So, Ron said, through sausage. Are we going to talk about it? About what? About the fact that the castle bowed to you last night. The whole castle. With the armor and the lights and the hat yelling about covenants. I'd rather not. Yeah, fair. But everyone else is going to want to. Just so you're ready. He wasn't ready. He wasn't close to ready. But Ron's warning was accurate. By the time Hermione arrived with her bag already full of books, 3 different students had come to the Gryffindor table to stare at Harry, and a Ravenclaw 6th year had asked to take notes on his aura. Go away, Ron told the Ravenclaw. But the magical signature alone, away. The Ravenclaw went. Ron jabbed a sausage in the direction of the retreating student and said, You're going to need a bodyguard. I don't think, I volunteer. The pay's rubbish but I hear the food's good. Harry felt a laugh surface, unexpected and warm. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. Literally. My mum will send a howler if she finds out I'm guarding the heir of the founders instead of studying. Hermione sat down and opened a book. It was not a textbook. It was old, leather-bound, and stamped with the Hogwarts crest. Where did you get that? Ron asked. The library. I went before breakfast. The library's open before breakfast. The library is always open if you know how to ask. She turned a page. This is Architectural Enchantments of the Scottish Magical Tradition, published 1743. It has a chapter on foundation stones. Harry put down his toast. And it says that certain magical buildings are anchored by hearthstones, enchanted foundation stones that give the building its magical properties. Most are passive. They hold the enchantments in place. But a few, a very few, are active. Sentient. They contain a fragment of the caster's magical consciousness. She looked up. The theory is that the 4 founders each placed a hearthstone when they built Hogwarts. Each stone contains a piece of their magic. Together, the 4 stones form a kind of magical nervous system. The castle's brain. And they all woke up when Harry sat on the stool. Ron said. They woke up when Harry entered the castle, Hermione corrected. The sorting was just when the hat made the declaration public. I think the stones activated the moment Harry touched the front door. Maybe earlier, maybe when he reached the grounds. Harry thought of the tugging on the train. The hum in his chest during the boat ride. The lake, he said. I felt something on the lake. Hermione's eyes went wide. The wards. The castle's outer wards extend to the edge of the lake. You would have crossed them in the boat. That's when the stones first sensed you. But why me? Harry said. I'm just, my parents were a witch and a wizard. That's it. Why would the Founder's Stones care about me? Hermione closed the book. I don't know yet. Yet, Ron said. Yet, Hermione confirmed. The post arrived. Owls streamed in through the high windows, and Harry watched them with the detached awareness that the castle was tracking each one, the way a body might track a fly buzzing through a room. One owl, a large, important-looking eagle owl, dropped a letter in front of where Draco Malfoy was sitting at the Slytherin table. Draco read it, and his face went tight and pale and angry. He looked up at Harry. Their eyes met across the hall. Draco's expression was a complicated thing, fury, yes, but underneath it something raw. Confusion. Want. The look of a boy who'd been promised something his whole life and just watched someone else receive it. Harry looked away first. Not because he was intimidated, but because the castle whispered something to him about the Slytherin table, about the stones beneath it, and the whisper was sad. The morning's first class was Transfiguration with McGonagall. Harry walked through the corridors with Ron and Hermione, and the castle guided him. Not obviously, not with arrows or voices. But when he reached a junction, he knew which way to go. The correct corridor felt warmer. The stairs settled when he stepped on them. He arrived at the classroom without a single wrong turn, which, in a castle where the staircases rearranged themselves for fun, was roughly equivalent to a miracle. McGonagall watched them file in. When Harry sat down, her eyes stayed on him a beat too long. Transfiguration, she said, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. She turned her desk into a pig and back again. The class was suitably impressed. Then she set them to work turning matches into needles and spent the hour moving between desks with curt, precise instructions. Harry's match turned into a needle on the second try. He stared at it. He hadn't done anything special, just concentrated, the way McGonagall said, and felt the shape of what the match wanted to become. Except, felt was the wrong word. The castle had shown him. Like a parent guiding a child's hand. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, materializing beside his desk. That is, exceptional work. Thank you, Professor. She picked up the needle. Turned it over. Set it down. Come see me after class, please. Ron's match had done nothing. Hermione's had gone silver and pointy but was still mostly wood. She looked at Harry's needle with an expression that combined admiration and competitive fury in roughly equal measure. After class, Harry stayed behind. McGonagall closed the door, and the classroom felt suddenly smaller. Mr. Potter, she said. I want to be direct with you, because I believe you deserve directness. She sat on the edge of her desk, which made her seem almost human. What happened last night at the sorting has not happened in the recorded history of Hogwarts. The Founder's Covenant is considered a myth by most scholars. The idea that a living student could activate the foundation stones was, theoretical at best. But it happened, Harry said. It happened. And you need to understand what that means. She paused. The headmaster will want to speak with you. He will be kind. He will be understanding. He will offer guidance and wisdom and perhaps a lemon drop. And much of what he says will be true, and some of it will be what he thinks you need to hear, and I want you to know the difference. Harry blinked. Professor, are you telling me not to trust Dumbledore? I am telling you that Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard I have ever known, and that great wizards, like great buildings, cast great shadows. She stood up. I am your head of house, Mr. Potter. Whatever else you may be to this castle, in my tower, you are a first-year student, and I will treat you accordingly. Do your homework. Don't run in the corridors. And if anyone at all, makes you feel that your value lies in what you are rather than who you are, you come to me." She held the door open. Class dismissed. Harry walked back into the corridor, and the castle settled around him like a held breath released. McGonagall's words rang in his head, "Great wizards cast great shadows." He thought of Dumbledore's face at the feast, the shock, the quick recovery, the chosen mask of warmth. He thought of Snape's white face and searching eyes. He thought of Quirrell's hunger. He was 11. He was standing in a corridor in a magic castle that answered to his blood, and he was 11 years old, and the adults around him were already playing games he couldn't see. Ron was waiting outside the classroom. "All right?" "Yeah." She just wanted to talk about the needle. "Liar." Ron grinned. "You're a terrible liar, Harry. Lucky for you, I don't care. Come on, we've got charms next," and I heard Flitwick falls off his book stack at least once a lesson. They walked. The castle carried them. And deep below, 4 stones pulsed in the dark, one burning, one humming, one ringing, one watching, and waited for what would come next. That night, Harry lay in bed again with his hand on the wall. The stone was warm. The castle breathed. 412 people slept inside it, and Harry could feel every single one. He found Ron. A warm, steady glow 2 beds away, dreaming about Quidditch. Harry couldn't read minds, but the feeling was unmistakable, a boy's uncomplicated joy. He found Hermione. Awake, still. Reading by wandlight in the girls' dormitory, her mind a bright, quick flicker. He found Dumbledore. Awake, too. Pacing in his office at the top of the highest tower, his magical signature vast and complex and old. Worried. He found Snape. In the dungeons. Not pacing, sitting perfectly still in a dark room, and the quality of his stillness was the saddest thing Harry had ever felt. He found Quirrell. And flinched. 2 presences. In one body. One weak, fluttering, afraid. The other, Harry yanked his hand off the wall. His scar screamed. White hot, blinding, a bolt of pain that drove him halfway off the bed. He bit down on his pillow to keep from crying out and lay there, shaking, while the pain receded in slow, nauseating waves. 2 presences. In Quirrell. One was the stuttering professor who smelled like garlic and couldn't meet anyone's eyes. The other was something dark. Something that had been human once, maybe, but had carved itself into something else, something hungry and broken and familiar in a way that made Harry's stomach clench. The castle knew. He could feel it, the stones had felt the second presence the moment Quirrell entered the building, and they were watching it the way you'd watch a spider crossing your ceiling in the dark. Alert. Patient. Waiting. What are you? Harry thought, pressing his hand back to the wall, gently, this time, not reaching for Quirrell but for the castle itself. What is that thing in his head? The castle didn't answer in words. It answered in feeling. A memory, maybe, not Harry's memory, but the stones. An echo of something that had happened in this castle, in these corridors, years ago. A boy. Brilliant. Handsome. Asking questions in the library. Opening doors that should have stayed shut. Splitting himself apart, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but want. Tom, the castle whispered. Or maybe Harry imagined it. Either way, the name surfaced in his mind and sat there like a stone dropped in still water. Tom. Harry didn't know who Tom was. Not yet. But the castle did, and the castle was afraid of him, and that fear, the fear of a 1,000-year-old sentient building, was the most terrifying thing Harry had encountered in a day full of terrifying things. He pulled his hand away. He lay in the dark. He listened to Ron snore. Tomorrow, there would be classes and questions and stares and people wanting things from him. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would probably summon him. Tomorrow, the castle would keep showing him things he wasn't ready to see. But right now, he was in a warm bed in a tower in a building that called him home, and that was enough. His hand found the wall again, almost without his permission. The stone was warm. The castle breathed. Harry breathed with it. And somewhere, miles below, for stones pulsed in the dark, patient, ancient, awake, and the castle that had waited 1,000 years for this boy settled itself around him and held. Chapter 2, The Weight of Stone. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 3 days, and he'd already discovered 14 secret passages, 2 hidden rooms, and 1 corridor that didn't exist on Tuesdays. He hadn't gone looking for any of them. That was the thing. The castle just showed him. He'd be walking to charms, thinking about nothing in particular, and a wall would feel thin. Not physically, the stone was solid enough, but thin in the way a curtain is thin, like there was something on the other side waiting to be found. He'd press his hand to the stone, and the wall would ripple, or shift, or simply open, and behind it would be a staircase or a corridor or a room full of dust and old furniture that no one had touched in centuries. He'd stopped mentioning them to Ron after the 3rd one. Another secret passage? Ron had said, fork halfway to his mouth, looking less impressed than exhausted. Harry, mate, is the castle going to do this every time we walk somewhere? Because I'm trying to get to herbology and I'd like to arrive in the same decade. I think it's excited, Harry had said, which was the closest he could come to explaining it. The castle felt like an enormous dog that had been left alone for too long and now couldn't stop bringing its owner things, not sticks and balls, but hidden rooms and forgotten corridors, dropped at Harry's feet like gifts. By Thursday morning, Harry had mapped more of Hogwarts in his head than the Weasley twins had found in 3 years. He knew this because Fred and George cornered him at breakfast with a look of professional respect. "We hear," said Fred, or possibly George, "that you found the shortcut behind the one-eyed witch on the 3rd floor." "Took us until 2nd year to find that one," said the other twin. "We also hear you found a passage behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy on the 7th floor." "We've never found that one. We'd like to open negotiations." Harry looked at them. "Negotiations for what?" "Information exchange. We give you everything we know about the castle's secret passages, which is considerable, and you give us everything the castle's shown you." "Deal," Harry said, because it seemed easier than explaining that the castle had already shown him their entire collection of known passages and about 40 more besides. Ron watched his brothers leave with the satisfied look of a boy whose family had just proved useful. "You know they're going to use those passages for pranks." "I know." "Brilliant." The post owls arrived, and with them, the morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. Hermione unfolded hers and went quiet in a way that meant she was reading something important. Harry didn't subscribe to the Prophet, he barely knew what it was, but Hermione had started getting a copy delivered the 2nd day of term, because of course she had. "Harry," she said. "You should see this." She slid the paper across the table. The headline took up half the front page: Hogwarts heir, boy who lived activates ancient founder's magic ministry demands answers as castle's sentient core awakens for first time in recorded history. Below the headline was a photograph that Harry didn't remember being taken, him sitting on the stool, the hat on his head, the 4 lights orbiting him like planets. Someone had captured the exact moment the armor knelt. The photo moved, as wizard photos did, and the loop was mesmerizing, the lights spiraling, the armor dropping, Harry sitting very small and very still in the middle of it all. "Where did they get that picture?" Harry said. "Someone in the hall must have had a camera," Hermione said. "Keep reading." The article was worse than the headline. It named Harry as the self-proclaimed heir of the Founders' Covenant, which was unfair, since Harry hadn't proclaimed anything, a hat had done the proclaiming, and quoted unnamed ministry officials expressing grave concern about an 11-year-old child having unprecedented control over a national magical landmark. There were calls for an investigation. A quote from someone named Lucius Malfoy, identified as a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, suggested that the safety of our children must be the primary concern and that no single individual, regardless of their celebrity, should wield unchecked authority over the institution responsible for educating Britain's magical youth. "He's Draco's father," Ron said, reading over Harry's shoulder. Lucius Malfoy. "Dad says he's a, well, Mum won't let Dad say what he calls him at the dinner table, but it's not nice." Harry put the paper down. His appetite was gone. He could feel the castle's awareness of his distress, the bench warmed, the goblet refilled, and somewhere in the walls, a comforting hum vibrated at the edge of hearing. The castle was trying to make him feel better. It was like being consoled by a mountain. "They're going to make this political," Hermione said quietly. "The Board of Governors oversees Hogwarts. If they decide you're a threat, he's not a threat," Ron said sharply. "He's 11. I know that. They don't care." Harry looked down the table. At the far end, Percy Weasley was reading his own copy of The Prophet with a deep frown. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was reading what Harry assumed was a letter, not a newspaper. The eagle owl was still waiting beside his plate, and the expression on his face was the same tight, complicated thing Harry had seen the night of the sorting. Their eyes met. Draco looked away first this time, but not before Harry caught something unexpected in his expression. Not anger. Fear. Draco Malfoy was afraid. And the castle, the part of it that held the Slytherin stone, noticed, and pulsed with something that felt almost like pity. The day's classes were a blur. Harry went through them mechanically: herbology in the greenhouses, where Professor Sprout kept sneaking glances at him while they repotted shrivelfigs; history of magic with Professor Binns, who was a ghost and therefore immune to current events, droning about goblin rebellions as if the most significant magical event in a millennium hadn't happened 3 days ago in the room next door. Harry sat in Binns's class and let the ghost's monotone wash over him and reached down through the floor with his awareness, gently, carefully, the way you dip a toe into water you weren't sure about. The castle responded. It showed him the room he was in, not as he saw it, grey and boring, but as the castle saw it, layered with 1,000 years of accumulated magic. Every desk had been sat at by generations of students, and the faint impressions of their magic lingered like warmth in a recently vacated chair. The walls held echoes of old enchantments, protection spells, containment wards, a charm that kept the temperature constant that had been cast so long ago the magic had fossilized into the stone itself. And beneath the classroom, beneath the floor, beneath the earth, corridors. Old ones. Sealed ones. A network of passages that ran through the bedrock like veins, connecting the 4 founders' stones in a web of ancient magic that Harry could feel humming with slow, patient energy. One of those passages opened near here. Very near. Just down the corridor, behind a wall that looked exactly like every other wall but felt, to Harry, like a door. He made himself pay attention to Binns. He took notes. He was a student. He was a normal student in a normal class, and he was not going to go exploring hidden passages in the middle of the school day. The class ended. Ron gathered his things. Hermione was already at the door. "I'll catch up," Harry said. "Need the loo." Ron shrugged. Hermione gave him a look that said she didn't believe him for a second, but she went. Harry walked down the corridor. The other students flowed past him, heading to their next classes, and within a minute he was alone. The torches on the walls burned steadily. The castle was quiet. Waiting. He stopped in front of the wall. It looked like stone. It felt like a door. He pressed his palm flat against it. The stone shivered. Not the wall, the stone itself, the individual blocks, rearranging themselves with a sound like grinding teeth. A doorway appeared, not dramatically, not with light or fanfare, just blocks moving aside to reveal a dark opening and a set of stairs going down. The stairs were old. Older than the castle Harry knew. These weren't the broad, polished steps of the main corridors but rough-hewn things, cut directly from the bedrock, narrow enough that his shoulders nearly brushed both walls. The air coming up from below was cool and smelled of earth and something else, something green and growing, like a forest floor. Harry looked behind him. Empty corridor. No one watching. He went down. The stairs spiraled for what felt like a long time. The torches up above faded, but the darkness wasn't complete. A soft, golden light emanated from the stone itself, from veins of something mineral that ran through the rock and pulsed gently in time with Harry's heartbeat. The castle's heartbeat. Their shared rhythm, growing stronger with every step down. At the bottom of the stairs, a door. Not a hidden one. A real, physical door, heavy wood banded with iron, ancient, covered in carved symbols that Harry couldn't read but could feel, each one a knot of magic that thrummed under his fingertips. There was no handle. No keyhole. Just a smooth expanse of wood, warm to the touch, and in the center, a small depression in the shape of a hand. Harry placed his hand in it. The door opened. Beyond it was a room. Not large, perhaps the size of the Gryffindor common room, but round, with a vaulted ceiling that rose into shadow, and walls that were not stone but earth, packed and smooth, woven through with roots that glowed faintly gold. In the center of the room sat a round table, low to the ground, made of a single piece of dark wood that looked like it had grown in place. On the table were 4 objects, a quill, a cup, a small bronze mirror, and a locket. And beyond the table, set into the far wall, was a fireplace. Cold. Unlit. Above the mantel, carved into the living rock, was a badger. Hufflepuff's study. Harry knew it the way he knew his own name. The castle told him, not in words, but in the deep certainty that came from standing in a room that was part of the building's oldest memory. Helga Hufflepuff had built this room 1,000 years ago, carved it out of the bedrock with her own magic, and the castle had sealed it and kept it and waited. Harry walked to the table. The 4 objects sat on its surface, undisturbed by time. He reached for the cup, and stopped. A warmth in the floor. The Hufflepuff stone, pulsing, close. Very close. Directly beneath this room, maybe. The warmth was welcoming but cautious, the way a mother might welcome a stranger into her kitchen. Come in, sit down, but don't touch the good china until I know you. Harry pulled his hand back. Sorry, he said aloud. I won't touch anything. The warmth pulsed. Acceptance. He stood in Helga Hufflepuff's study and looked around. The quill was a phoenix feather, not like the one in his wand, but similar, the same impossible iridescence. The bronze mirror was small enough to fit in a pocket, and its surface showed not Harry's reflection but something else, shapes moving in fog, indistinct. The locket was plain silver, unadorned, and it vibrated with a hum that Harry recognized as the Hufflepuff stone's voice, a piece of the founder's magic preserved in metal. He didn't touch any of them. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes and let the room talk to him. It was like listening to a very old person tell stories. Not in words, in feelings, in images that flickered behind his closed eyes. A woman with kind eyes and dirt under her fingernails, laughing. Students, young, so young, barely older than Harry, sitting around the table, eating bread and cheese and studying by wandlight. Arguments. 4 voices, passionate and sharp, disagreeing about everything, who to teach, how to teach, what mattered, what was worth fighting for. The founding of Hogwarts. Not the legend, not the history book version, but the real thing. 4 people who loved magic and loved teaching and couldn't agree on anything except that the children mattered. They'd built this place out of that agreement, and when the agreement started to crack, when Slytherin left, when the others grew old, when death came for them one by one, they'd poured their magic into the stones. Not to live forever. To keep the school alive. To make sure the building itself would protect the students when they couldn't. Harry opened his eyes. His face was wet. He wiped it with his sleeve and felt embarrassed and then felt angry at himself for the embarrassment, because who was going to see? Who was going to judge? He was alone in a room 1,000 years old, and the only witness was a building that had just shown him the most honest, vulnerable thing it knew. "Thank you," he said. The room dimmed. The golden veins in the walls pulsed once, softly, and then the light faded to near darkness. The castle was telling him, gently, that the visit was over. Not permanently, the room would be here, the door would open for him, but for now, he needed to go back. He was a student. He had classes. Harry climbed the stairs. The wall opened for him, and he stepped back into the corridor, and the stone sealed behind him. He checked his watch. Somehow, impossibly, only 15 minutes had passed. He'd been down there for what felt like an hour. He made it to potions with 30 seconds to spare. Snape's classroom was in the dungeons, which meant it was in the part of the castle that held the Slytherin stone, which meant Harry's awareness of the castle's nervous system was cranked up to maximum. Every stone down here vibrated with a different frequency, cooler, sharper, more watchful than the warm humming of the upper floors. If Gryffindor Tower felt like a hearth fire, the dungeons felt like a blade being sharpened. Snape was already at the front of the room, and the look he gave Harry as he slid into his seat was a knife of its own. "Ah," Snape said. "Our new celebrity." The class went badly. Not because Harry wasn't trying, he was. But Snape had decided, before Harry had opened a single textbook, that he was James Potter reborn, and nothing Harry did would change that equation. Snape peppered him with questions he couldn't possibly answer. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? And when Harry said he didn't know, Snape's lip curled. Clearly, fame isn't everything. Harry gripped the edge of his desk. The stone beneath him pulsed, a surge of something hot and defensive, and every cauldron in the room rattled on its burner. Snape froze. The class went silent. 20 cauldrons, rattling in unison, a metallic chorus that filled the dungeon and then stopped, all at once, the instant Harry unclenched his hands. Snape's eyes moved from the cauldrons to Harry. Something in his face shifted, not softened, but recalculated. He'd felt it. The castle's response. The stones, defending their master. "Control yourself, Potter," Snape said quietly. Not cruelly. Almost carefully, like a man addressing a loaded weapon. "This is my classroom." "Yes, sir," Harry said. His heart was hammering. The lesson continued. Snape didn't single him out again. But his eyes kept returning to Harry's, and in the dungeon's cold stone, the Slytherin stone hummed with a frequency that felt almost amused. After class, Hermione caught Harry's arm in the corridor. "What happened in there?" "With the cauldrons?" "Nothing. Harry, nothing doesn't make 20 cauldrons rattle in unison." "I got angry." "The castle reacted." Hermione's grip tightened. "The castle reacted to your emotions?" "I think so. I think it's been doing it since I got here. It was more obvious in the dungeons." "Because the Slytherin stone is under the dungeons," Hermione said, as if this were the most natural conclusion in the world. "The foundation stones must be sensitive to your emotional state. Which means if you lose your temper in the wrong place, I know." "Do you?" "Because the school is full of people, Harry. Students. If the castle responds to your anger without you controlling it," I said I know. He pulled his arm free. "I'm working on it, all right. It's not like anyone gave me an instruction manual." Hermione's expression went through irritation and into something softer. "No," she said. "They didn't. That's rather the problem, isn't it?" She was right. There was no manual, no guide, no wise old mentor sitting him down and explaining how to be the master of a sentient castle at the age of 11. Dumbledore hadn't summoned him yet. Harry had been expecting it every day, but the headmaster seemed to be waiting, watching, letting Harry settle in before making his move. McGonagall had told him, "He will be kind, he will offer guidance, and I want you to know the difference between what's true and what he thinks you need to hear." Ron fell into step beside them as they climbed back toward the upper floors. "You know Malfoy was watching the whole cauldron thing," he said. "He went white as a sheet." "Great," Harry muttered. "Not great. He looked like Christmas came early. Like you just confirmed everything his dad told him about you being dangerous." The corridor they were walking through shifted. Not the way corridors normally shifted in Hogwarts, staircases moving, trick steps appearing, but in the way the castle talked to Harry, subtle and deliberate. The wall on his left thinned, and through it Harry felt a presence. Someone on the other side, walking a parallel corridor. Someone whose magical signature was familiar and cold and complicated. Draco Malfoy, alone, heading the same direction they were, one wall away. Harry stopped walking. "What?" Ron said. "Malfoy's on the other side of this wall." "How do you, never mind." "Of course you know." Harry pressed his hand to the stone. The wall didn't open, he didn't want it to, but the castle showed him, Draco, walking fast, jaw clenched, a letter crumpled in his fist. The same letter from breakfast. His father's letter. Draco's emotions bled through the stone, and the Slytherin stone beneath them resonated with the boy's turmoil like a tuning fork. Confusion. Anger. Shame. Draco had been raised to believe that the Slytherin line was his birthright. The Malfoys traced their ancestry back to the conquest, and through complicated and largely self-serving genealogy, claimed a connection to Salazar Slytherin himself. The Slytherin stone should have recognized Draco. It should have been his. Instead, it had chosen a half-blood orphan with messy hair and second-hand knowledge of the wizarding world. And Lucius Malfoy's letter, Harry couldn't read it through the wall, but he could feel the shape of it, was not kind about this fact. Harry pulled his hand away. He didn't want to eavesdrop on Draco Malfoy's pain. He had enough of his own. They kept walking. The castle led them upward, toward Gryffindor Tower, and along the way it opened two more secrets that Harry didn't ask for, a shortcut behind a mirror on the 4th floor and a room on the 5th floor that appeared to contain nothing but a chair and a very old cat that looked at Harry, yawned, and disappeared. "Is the castle always going to be like this?" Ron asked, watching the mirror slide back into place. "Showing off." "I think it's happy," Harry said. "Happy. It's been alone for 1,000 years, Ron. Sentient and alone. Imagine being awake for 1,000 years with no one to talk to." Ron considered this. "That's the saddest thing I've ever heard, and I share a room with Neville's toad." The Gryffindor common room was crowded when they arrived. Homework was being done or avoided in roughly equal measure. The fire crackled. Harry sank into an armchair and let the tension bleed out of his shoulders, and the chair, already soft, seemed to get softer, the cushions adjusting to his shape, the fire burning a fraction warmer. "It's doing it again," Ron said, watching the fire. "Sorry. Stop apologizing. It's your castle." "It's not my castle." "It's," Harry stopped. What was it? Not his, surely. He was 11. You couldn't own a school. But the castle didn't feel like it belonged to anyone else. It felt like it belonged to him in the same way his own body belonged to him, not ownership but identity. The castle was part of him, and he was part of it, and the boundary between where Harry ended and Hogwarts began was getting blurrier by the day. That scared him. He didn't say so. Hermione emerged from the girls' dormitory with an armful of books that would have buckled a lesser student. She dropped them on the table beside Harry's chair and sat cross-legged on the floor. "I've been researching," she announced. "Shocking," Ron said. "The Founders' Covenant is mentioned in 7 separate texts in the Hogwarts library, and all of them say something different. But there are common threads." She opened the first book, Blood Magic and the British Isles, which sounded like exactly the sort of book that should be in the restricted section. Harry chose not to ask how she'd gotten it. The Covenant was a pact between the 4 founders. They each gave something to the castle, their magic, obviously, through the hearthstones, but also something more specific. Gryffindor gave his courage, the enchantment that makes the castle defend its students. Hufflepuff gave her loyalty, the enchantment that keeps the castle standing, that maintains its structural magic. Ravenclaw gave her wisdom, the sentience itself, the castle's ability to think, to learn, to change. And Slytherin, she hesitated. Slytherin gave his ambition, Harry said. He didn't know how he knew. The castle had told him, or the stones had, or it had risen from the same deep place where the Hum lived. The castle's drive to be more than it is. To grow. To adapt. Hermione stared at him. That's exactly what this book says. Harry, have you read? No. No. She closed the book slowly. The castle is teaching you. It's transferring knowledge directly into your mind. Not knowledge. Feelings. Impressions. Like memories, but not mine. Ron had abandoned his charms homework and was listening with the focused attention he usually reserved for Quidditch statistics. So the castle can put things in your head. Can it take things out? No, Harry said, too quickly. Then, I don't think so. But you're not sure. I'm not sure of anything, Ron. A log shifted in the fire. The common room buzzed with normal student noise, arguments about homework, complaints about teachers, someone practicing a charm that kept accidentally setting things on fire. Normal life. Harry watched it and felt a distance that had nothing to do with where he was sitting. There's something else, Hermione said. The Covenant has a condition. The books all agree on this, even when they disagree on everything else. The heir must prove themselves. The activation is just the beginning, the castle has acknowledged you, but the bond isn't permanent yet. There's a trial. A trial, Harry repeated. The Founder's trial. It's vague, none of the texts describe it clearly, but it seems to be a test built into the castle itself. If the heir passes, the bond is sealed permanently. If they fail. She trailed off. If they fail. The books are unclear. One says the bond breaks. Another says the heir dies. A third says the castle itself chooses a different master. She met his eyes. I don't think you should fail. Noted. When does this trial happen? The books don't say. It's triggered by the castle, when the castle decides you're ready. Or not ready, Ron muttered. Or not ready, Hermione agreed. Harry leaned back in his chair. The fire crackled. The castle hummed. Somewhere beneath his feet, for stones pulsed with ancient patience, and he thought, I'm 11. I don't even know how to do a proper levitation charm yet. And I'm supposed to pass a trial set by the 4 most powerful witches and wizards in history. The chair got softer. The fire got warmer. The castle, in its wordless way, said, not yet. Not now. Rest. Harry rested. He didn't have much choice. The summons from Dumbledore came on Friday evening, delivered by a tiny first-year Hufflepuff who looked terrified to be speaking to Harry and recited the message like she'd memorized it for an exam. Professor Dumbledore requests the pleasure of your company in his office at 7 o'clock. The password is Acid Pops. Acid Pops, Ron repeated. What kind of password is that? A Dumbledore kind, Harry said. He went alone. The castle guided him, not that he needed guiding anymore, because the map in his head was nearly complete, every corridor and staircase and hidden turn catalogued and filed. But the castle guided him anyway, the way a parent walks a child to school even when the child knows the route. The gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office leapt aside when Harry said the password, and a spiral staircase carried him upward. The office at the top was round and cluttered and full of strange silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke, and every surface was covered in books and papers and things that defied easy categorization. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. A phoenix, an actual phoenix, red and gold and impossibly beautiful, sat on a perch beside him. The bird looked at Harry with eyes that were older than the castle, and something in Harry's chest recognized it, the Gryffindor stone, pulsing with warmth, responding to the phoenix's presence. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Please, sit down." "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you, sir." Harry sat. The chair was comfortable, everything in Dumbledore's office was designed to be comfortable, to set the visitor at ease. Harry noted this the way McGonagall had taught him to note things: he is being kind. Some of what he says will be true. "I imagine you have questions," Dumbledore said. "I have a lot of questions, sir." "Then let us start with the most important one. Ask me anything." Harry considered. There were 1,000 questions, about the stones, the covenant, the trial, his parents, his scar, the thing that lived in Quirrell's head. He could have asked any of them. Dumbledore sat there with his half-moon spectacles and his gentle smile and his patient eyes, the very picture of a man who wanted to help. "Why me?" Harry said. Dumbledore's smile didn't falter, but something behind it shifted. "That is indeed the question. And the honest answer, Harry, is that I am not entirely certain. But you have a theory." The smile widened, and this time it reached the old man's eyes. "You are perceptive." "Yes, I have a theory. The Founder's Stones respond to specific magical signatures, not bloodline alone, though bloodline matters, but a combination of factors. Your family, the Potters, descend from the Peverell line, which had connections to Gryffindor. That is one factor. Your mother's sacrifice, the love that protected you, that still lives in your blood, is another. Love is the most powerful magic, Harry, and the rarest, and the Founders valued it above all else. And my scar?" A pause. "Barely perceptible. Your scar is a mark of survival. Of death defeated. The Founders were fascinated by the boundaries of magic, by what could be achieved, by what should be attempted, by where the limits lay. Your survival represents something that the Founders would have recognized, magic that goes beyond known boundaries." It was a good answer. It was careful and thoughtful and sounded true. Harry sat with it for a moment, turning it over, feeling the castle's awareness pressing against the edges of the conversation like a third party listening in. The castle didn't trust Dumbledore. Harry had felt this from the beginning, and he felt it now, not distrust exactly, not hostility, but wariness. The way a wild animal might watch a gamekeeper. Respect for competence, uncertainty about intent. "What happened when the hat made its announcement?" Harry asked. "You had your wand out." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose a fraction. "You noticed that?" "Yes. I reacted on instinct. The castle's power is immense, Harry. When it woke, the surge of magical energy was considerable. For a moment, I was not certain it was safe. You thought the castle might hurt the students. I thought I should be prepared for any eventuality. It is, I believe, the responsibility of the headmaster to protect the school. Even from the school." The words landed between them like a stone in still water. Dumbledore regarded Harry over his half-moon spectacles, and for a moment, the twinkling, grandfatherly performance dropped, and Harry saw the man behind it, powerful, calculating, old enough to have made terrible mistakes and wise enough to know he'd make more. "Even from the school," Dumbledore said quietly. "If it came to that. Which I very much hope it will not." They looked at each other. 11 and 100 and something, across a desk covered in silver instruments, and the castle listened. "There are those who will want to study you," Dumbledore said, shifting to a more conversational tone. "The Ministry. The Board of Governors. Scholars. Politicians. I intend to keep them at bay for as long as possible. You are a child, Harry. Whatever the castle has decided you are, in my school, you are a student first. Professor McGonagall said the same thing. Minerva is frequently right. It is one of her more irritating qualities. A real smile. I want to offer you something, Harry. Guidance. Not control, guidance. The Founder's Stones are ancient and powerful and they have chosen you, and I cannot change that. But I can help you understand what they are and what they want. If you'll let me. The castle pressed against Harry's awareness. Not a warning, a question. Do you want this? Harry thought about it. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in Britain, possibly the world. He'd fought dark wizards. He'd built things. He understood magic at a level Harry couldn't begin to comprehend. His help would be valuable, maybe essential. But McGonagall's voice was in his head, great wizards cast great shadows. I'd like that, sir, Harry said. But I'd also like to figure some things out for myself. Dumbledore's eyes glittered. Of course. That is, after all, the point of school. I would suggest only one thing, be careful, Harry. The castle's power is a gift, but it is also a beacon. There are those who will want what you have, and not all of them will ask politely. Like the thing on the third floor. The air in the room changed. Dumbledore's expression didn't shift, it was too controlled for that, but his hands stilled on the desk. The phoenix ruffled its feathers. You know about the third floor, Dumbledore said. Not a question. The castle showed me. There's something behind that door. Something the castle is guarding. And there's someone in this school who wants it. Harry, you put protections on it. Enchantments. Traps. But you also told the whole school that the corridor was forbidden, which means anyone curious enough would go looking, which means you wanted someone to try. The silence that followed was the longest of Harry's life. Dumbledore sat very still. The silver instruments whirred. The phoenix watched Harry with ancient eyes. You are, Dumbledore said slowly, very much your mother's son. He didn't confirm or deny anything. He didn't explain. He moved the conversation to lighter things, Harry's classes, his impressions of the teachers, his friendship with Ron. Normal headmaster-student conversation, warm and engaged, and Harry participated and smiled in the right places and noted that Dumbledore had deflected his question about the third floor with the skill of a man who'd been deflecting questions for a century. When Harry left the office, the gargoyle leaping back into place behind him, he stood in the corridor and pressed his hand to the wall. He's scared, the castle told him. Not of Harry. Not of the stones. Of something else. Something coming. The thing behind the door on the third floor was connected to something larger, something that Dumbledore had been watching and preparing for, and Harry's arrival, the activation of the stones, had complicated a plan that had been in motion long before the school year started. Harry filed this away. He was getting good at filing things away. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The castle walked with him. Saturday morning. No classes. Ron wanted to explore the grounds, and Harry wanted to do anything that didn't involve ancient magic or political intrigue, so they went outside. The September air was cool and clean, and the lake stretched out before them like a sheet of hammered silver, and for an hour, Harry was just a kid. They skipped stones. Ron told him about his brothers, Bill in Egypt, Charlie in Romania, the twins and their ambitions to open a joke shop, Percy and his insufferable perfection, Ginny at home, desperate to come to Hogwarts next year. Your family sounds amazing, Harry said, and meant it. Ron went red. They're all right. Bit much, sometimes. I'm the sixth son, everything I've got is someone else's first. Wand's Charlie's old one. Rat's Percy's old one. Even my robes are second-hand. He kicked a stone into the lake. But yeah. They're all right. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard, the locks, the meals that weren't meals, the birthdays that weren't birthdays. He didn't say anything about any of it. But Ron looked at him sideways and seemed to understand the silence, because he bumped Harry's shoulder with his own and said, "You've got us now, mate." Us? Me. My family. Mum'll adopt you the second she meets you, I guarantee it. She collects strays. Why do you think we've got the ghoul? Harry laughed. It was a real laugh, the kind that surprised him, and the castle, even out here, on the grounds, at the edge of the lake, hummed with warmth in response. They were heading back toward the castle when Harry saw him. Draco Malfoy, standing alone at the edge of the courtyard, hands in his pockets, watching them. He wasn't flanked by Crabbe and Goyle for once, just Draco, pale and sharp in the morning light, and the expression on his face was the one Harry was learning to recognize, anger over hurt over something deeper. Ron tensed. Ignore him. But Draco was already walking toward them, and the set of his jaw said this wasn't going to be a casual encounter. Potter. Malfoy. They faced each other. Ron stood slightly behind Harry, a solid, freckled wall of loyalty. Draco's eyes flicked to him and dismissed him with a speed that was clearly practiced. My father wrote to me, Draco said. He wants to know what you did to the castle. I didn't do anything. The castle did it on its own. That's not what the hat said. The hat said you're the heir. The hat said the stones recognized you. Draco's voice was controlled, but his hands, shoved into his pockets, were fists. The Slytherin stone should have recognized a Slytherin. Maybe it did, Harry said. The hat said all 4 houses have a claim on me. That hit something. Draco's composure cracked, just a flash, a flicker of something raw and young beneath the practiced sneer. You're not a Slytherin. You're a Gryffindor. You're a half-blood Gryffindor who grew up with Muggles. Slytherin wouldn't, he stopped. Swallowed. My family has been connected to Slytherin for generations. Centuries. We have artifacts. Documents. We are the closest living descendants, is that what your dad told you? Draco's face went white. Don't talk about my father. I'm not attacking your father. I'm asking a question. Did your father tell you the Slytherin stone was yours by right? It should be. Maybe. But it's not. Harry heard himself say it and was surprised by how steady his voice was. The castle was behind him, not literally, but magically, a presence at his back, and it gave him a calm he didn't fully own. I didn't choose this, Malfoy. I walked into this castle and the stones woke up and the hat yelled things and the armor knelt and none of it was my idea. If I could give the Slytherin stone to you, I would. Draco stared at him. The anger was still there, but it was fighting with something else, surprise, maybe. Or the disorientation of hearing a truth he hadn't expected. You're lying, Draco said, but he didn't sound sure. Why would I lie? What do I gain from any of this? I wanted to come to Hogwarts and learn magic and maybe make some friends. I didn't want the castle to kneel. That's terrifying. Do you know what it's like to feel an entire building breathing in time with you? It's not a gift, Malfoy. He stopped. He'd said too much. Ron was looking at him with concern. Draco was looking at him with something worse, understanding. It's a weight, Draco said quietly. Harry blinked. My father carries the Malfoy name, Draco said. He doesn't talk about it like a gift either. He looked down at his shoes. Expensive shoes, Harry noticed, polished, perfect, the shoes of a boy who'd never owned anything secondhand in his life. I'm not going to be your friend, Potter. My father would never allow it, and even if he would, you chose Weasley over me on the train. You insulted Ron on the train. I told you some families were better than others. That's not an insult, that's a fact. It's really not, Ron said flatly. Draco looked at Ron with an expression that was equal parts contempt and envy, and Harry realized with a jolt that Draco Malfoy was jealous. Not of Ron's money or his status, of his ease. Ron stood next to Harry like it was the most natural thing in the world, no calculation, no agenda, just friendship. Draco didn't have that. Draco had alliances. I'm not your enemy, Malfoy, Harry said. Unless you want to be. Draco's jaw tightened. He looked at Harry for a long moment, and the Slytherin stone, deep below, cold and watchful, pulsed with something that might have been hope. Then Draco turned and walked away. Straight back, stiff shoulders, the walk of a boy who'd been taught never to show weakness and was obeying that lesson even as the lesson was breaking him. "Well," Ron said. "That was weird." "Yeah," Harry said. "It was." They went inside. The castle opened for them, doors swinging, torches brightening, the invisible thread of Harry's connection to the building pulling him forward into its warmth. He didn't go to the common room. He went to the library. Hermione was already there. Of course she was. She'd commandeered an entire table and surrounded herself with books in a formation that looked less like research and more like a fortification. When Harry and Ron sat down, she didn't look up. "I found something," she said. "Hello to you too," Ron said. "I found something important. The restricted section has a book, Don't Ask How I Got Access, called The Founders' Compact, A Critical Analysis. It was written in 1647 by a Hogwarts librarian named Cressida Blur, and it's the most detailed account of the Founders' Covenant I've found." She finally looked up. Her eyes were bright with the particular light of someone who has discovered something they weren't supposed to discover. The Covenant isn't just about the castle. It's about the students. When the founders built Hogwarts, they didn't just create a school, they created a sanctuary. The founders' stones don't just keep the building standing, they maintain the protections that keep the students safe. Every ward, every enchantment, every bit of defensive magic woven into these walls runs through the stones. The headmaster can adjust them, modify them, add to them, but the stones are the source. "So whoever controls the stones controls the school's defenses," Harry said. "More than that. Whoever controls the stones controls the school. Not the curriculum, not the staffing, the physical reality of the building. The castle's layout, its passages, its hidden rooms, even which doors will open and which won't. The headmaster has administrative authority. The heir has architectural authority. They're supposed to work together, the book describes it as a partnership, the founder's heir and the headmaster governing the school in tandem." "Supposed to," Ron echoed. "The system hasn't been active for 1,000 years. Every headmaster since the last heir has had full control. Dumbledore has been managing the castle alone for decades. And now Harry's activated the stones, and the castle is answering to him, and Dumbledore." She trailed off. "Dumbledore has to share," Harry finished. "Yes. And I don't think he's used to sharing." The library was quiet around them. Students at other tables were studying, whispering, living their normal student lives. Harry sat among them and felt the castle's attention on him like sunlight through a window, warm, constant, impossible to ignore. "There's one more thing," Hermione said. She pulled a book from the bottom of the pile. This one was very old, the binding was cracked, the pages yellow, and the text was in a script that Harry couldn't read. "I can't translate most of this, but there's a passage near the end that's been annotated in English by a later reader. It says, 'The heir shall be tested. The trial shall come unbidden. Should the heir fail, the stones shall sleep again, and the castle shall mourn, and the next awakening shall not come for 1,000 years more.'" She closed the book. "So no pressure," Ron said. Nobody laughed. They sat in the library until dinner, talking through everything they knew and everything they didn't. The castle listened. Somewhere below, the stones pulsed. And in the dungeons, in a dark office lit by a single candle, Severus Snape sat at his desk and pressed his hand flat against the cold stone wall and felt nothing, no hum, no warmth, no acknowledgement, and closed his eyes against a grief that was 10 years old and had never once diminished. He'd been sitting like that for an hour when the knock came. "Enter," he said, removing his hand from the wall with a casualness that fooled no one, because there was no one to fool. Quirrell opened the door. He stood in the entrance with his purple turban in his nervous hands and his eyes that didn't match the rest of his act. "S. Severus," Quirrell stammered. Wondered if I might have a word. You're already having several. What is it? Quirrell stepped into the office and closed the door. The stammer dropped away like a mask removed, not completely, not permanently, but enough for Snape to see the intelligence beneath the performance. The Potter boy, Quirrell said. The castle's reaction to him. It complicates things. Things, Snape repeated. What things, exactly? The third-floor corridor. The protections. If the boy can sense intrusions through the castle's wards, if the stones are feeding him information about what happens inside these walls, then whoever is trying to reach the third-floor corridor had better be very careful, Snape finished. Or very clever. Which are you trying to be, Quirrell? Quirrell's eyes narrowed. For a moment, brief, flickering, something else looked out through them. Something cold and red and ancient. Snape felt it. His left forearm burned, a phantom pain, an old brand responding to an old master. He didn't flinch. He'd spent 10 years not flinching. I'm merely concerned for the students, Quirrell said, and the stammer was back, and the mask was on, and the thing behind his eyes retreated into whatever dark space it occupied. Of course you are, Snape said. Good night, Quirrell. Quirrell left. Snape sat in the dark and pressed his hand to the wall again. Cold stone. No warmth. No hum. Lily's eyes, looking out of James Potter's face. The castle didn't speak to Snape. But if it had, if the stones could have reached through the cold dungeon rock and touched the bitter, broken man who guarded their students with a ferocity born of guilt, they might have said, "We see you. We know what you carry. When the time comes, you will have your part to play." Instead, silence. The candle burned low. Snape sat in the dark and waited for a war he could feel coming, carried on the back of an 11-year-old boy who had his mother's eyes and a castle that knelt at his feet. The stones pulsed. The castle breathed. And in Gryffindor Tower, Harry Potter pressed his hand to the warm stone wall and felt, for the second time in his life, the complicated, terrifying, wonderful weight of belonging somewhere, and the even heavier weight of knowing that belonging came with a price he hadn't yet been asked to pay. Chapter 3, Blood and Loyalty. The owls came at breakfast on a Tuesday, and there were too many of them. Harry noticed because the castle noticed, a flock of birds descending on the great hall that was 3 times the normal post delivery, heavy with official-looking envelopes and red-sealed parchment. The usual morning chaos of the hall dimmed as students looked up, watched the owls bank and circle, and realized that something was happening. Most of the letters went to the staff table. Dumbledore received 4. McGonagall received 2. Even Snape got one, which he opened with the expression of a man finding a dead rat in his soup. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy received another Eagle Owl delivery from his father, and this time he didn't just look pale, he looked sick. Ron leaned over. That's a lot of official post. Ministry seals, Hermione said, craning her neck. And Board of Governors letterhead. I can see the crest from here. Harry didn't need to crane his neck. The castle was already telling him, the letters carried traces of magic, formal enchantments that verified identity and ensured tamper-proof delivery, and through the castle's awareness Harry could feel the shapes of the words without reading them. Demands. Inquiries. Formal language wrapped around sharp intent. They were coming. Whoever they were. The answer arrived 10 minutes later, when McGonagall stood from the staff table and walked the length of the great hall to Harry's seat with the kind of rigid posture that meant she was holding herself together through sheer force of Scottish will. "Mr. Potter," she said. "A word, please." Harry followed her into the antechamber off the great hall, the same room where he'd waited before the sorting, small and torchlit and suddenly claustrophobic. McGonagall closed the door and turned to face him, and for a moment she didn't look like a professor. She looked tired. "The Board of Governors has called an emergency session," she said. "They are coming to Hogwarts today. This afternoon. Because of me. Because of the stones. Because of what happened at the sorting. Lucius Malfoy has been agitating since the first day of term, and he's gathered enough votes to force an inquiry. She paused. They want to speak with you, Harry. Speak with me, or interrogate me. McGonagall's lips thinned. Officially, it's a fact-finding session. They want to understand the nature of the Founder's Stone's activation and assess whether it poses a risk to student safety. And unofficially? Unofficially, Lucius Malfoy wants to establish that an 11-year-old boy having control over Hogwarts' magical infrastructure is a threat that requires board oversight, meaning his oversight. He wants a leash on you, Harry. A short one. Harry leaned against the stone wall. The wall warmed under his back, and through it he felt the castle's attention sharpen, focusing on this conversation with the intensity of a guard dog hearing footsteps. What does Dumbledore say? The headmaster intends to manage the situation. He's quite good at managing situations. The way she said managing made it sound like a profanity. He will speak on your behalf and attempt to satisfy the board with assurances. But Dumbledore's relationship with the board is not what it was. Lucius Malfoy has spent years cultivating allies among the governors, and Dumbledore has spent those same years making enemies by being right about things people didn't want to hear. The political ground is not in the headmaster's favor. Harry processed this. He was 11. 2 weeks ago, his biggest problem had been Dudley's second bedroom and whether Aunt Petunia would remember to unlock the door at mealtimes. Now he was being told about political maneuvering between powerful adults who wanted things from him, and the gap between those two realities was so vast it made his head spin. Do I have to talk to them? Technically, no. You're a minor. They cannot compel testimony from a student. But refusing would look like you have something to hide, and Malfoy would use that. McGonagall straightened. I think you should face them, Harry. On your terms, not theirs. My terms. You are the heir of the Founder's Covenant. Whatever the Board of Governors believes their authority to be, it was granted by the Ministry. The Covenant predates the Ministry by 500 years. You have rights they haven't thought of yet because no one alive remembers them existing. She held his gaze. There was something fierce in it, something protective and proud and slightly terrifying. You're not telling me to be polite, are you? Harry said. I'm telling you to be honest. There's a difference. She opened the door. The session is at 3 o'clock. The Great Hall. I suggest you eat a good lunch. She left. Harry stood in the antechamber and pressed both hands flat against the wall and felt the castle gather itself around him like a fist. They're coming, he thought. People who want to control you. Control us. The castle's response was not a word. It was a vibration that ran through every stone in the building, deep, resonant, unmistakable. The castle was not afraid of the Board of Governors. The castle had stood here for 1,000 years and watched generations of politicians come and go like weather, and it would stand here for 1,000 more, and the men and women arriving this afternoon were, to the ancient sentience in the bedrock, approximately as threatening as a stiff breeze. Harry almost smiled. Almost. He went back to the Great Hall and sat down between Ron and Hermione and told them everything. They can't do this, Ron said immediately, his ears going red. You haven't done anything wrong. The castle it chose you. What are they going to do, punish you for existing? That's exactly what they're going to do, Hermione said. Her voice was calm, but her jaw was set. Or try to. Lucius Malfoy doesn't need to prove Harry did something wrong. He just needs to create enough fear that the board grants him authority to manage the situation. It's not about facts. It's about power. Since when do you know about politics? Ron asked. Since I read 3 books on magical governance last week. She turned to Harry. McGonagall's right. The Covenant predates the board's charter. I've been reading the Hogwarts founding documents. They're in an annotated history of magical education in Britain, and the Board of Governors was only created in 1692, after the Statute of Secrecy. The founders never intended for an external body to govern the school. The heir and the headmaster were supposed to handle everything. So legally, the board doesn't have authority over me. Legally, it's a gray area that hasn't been tested because there hasn't been an heir for 1,000 years. But the argument is there. She pulled a piece of parchment from her bag. She'd already been taking notes, of course she had. Here's what I think you should say. Hermione. What? I appreciate this. I really do. But I don't think reading from a script is going to work. She looked hurt for a fraction of a second, then recalibrated. No. You're right. You need to be yourself. Whatever that means in front of a room full of adults who want to control you. Brilliant, Ron said. He'll wing it. That always works. It does when the building is on your side, Harry said. Lunch was a grim affair. Word had spread, the student gossip network at Hogwarts was faster than Owl Post, and by noon, everyone knew the Board of Governors was coming to question Harry Potter. Opinions were divided. Some students, mostly Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, were outraged on Harry's behalf. Others, mostly Slytherins, seemed to think the board was right to be concerned. The Ravenclaws were split between those who wanted to study Harry and those who wanted to study the political dynamics. No one was neutral. Neville Longbottom sat across from Harry at lunch and said, very quietly, "My Gran's on the board." Harry looked up. What? Augusta Longbottom. She's a governor. She's strict, and she's scary, but she's fair. She won't let Malfoy railroad you. Neville swallowed. At least, I don't think she will. Thanks, Neville. I can write to her. If you want. Tell her you're decent. That you haven't done anything wrong. Harry looked at Neville, round-faced, nervous, holding his fork like it might attack him, and felt a sudden, fierce gratitude. Yeah, he said. That'd be great. The twins appeared at Harry's shoulder like red-haired omens. We've been thinking, Fred said. Dangerous, Ron muttered. We've been thinking, George continued, ignoring his brother, that if the Board of Governors is coming to poke the bear should be prepared. I'm the bear in this metaphor. You're the bear. And we happen to know a few things about the people on the board. Useful things. Embarrassing things. Things they wouldn't want mentioned in public, Fred added, with a grin that belonged on a wanted poster. Harry considered this. It was tempting. Having leverage, even petty leverage, against the adults who were coming to interrogate him was appealing in a way that the Slytherin stone seemed to appreciate, pulsing warmly beneath his feet. No, Harry said. I don't want to play their game. What game do you want to play? George asked. Mine. The twins exchanged a look. Fair enough, Fred said. But the offer stands. Just in case. They vanished back to their end of the table. Harry ate his lunch without tasting it and watched the clock on the wall and felt the castle counting down the hours with him. At 2:30, the Board of Governors arrived. Harry felt them before he saw them, 12 magical signatures crossing the boundary of the outer wards, apparating to the gates and walking up the long drive. The castle tracked each one, feeding Harry impressions, power levels, emotional states, intent. Most of them were nervous. 3 were hostile. 1, the strongest signature in the group, was cold and controlled and wrapped in a shell of practiced charm that the castle recognized and distrusted. Lucius Malfoy. Harry was in the entrance hall when they came through the front doors. He hadn't planned to be, he'd been on his way to the Great Hall to wait, as instructed, but the castle had guided his feet, and he'd learned to trust the castle's instincts even when he didn't understand them. So when Lucius Malfoy swept through the oak doors with 11 other governors in his wake, the first thing he saw was Harry Potter standing alone in the entrance hall, small and bespectacled and completely calm, with the torches on the walls burning just a fraction brighter than they should have been. Lucius was exactly what Harry had expected from Draco's face and Ron's descriptions: tall, white blonde hair, expensive robes, a silver-topped cane that radiated dark magic in a way the castle flagged immediately. His face was Draco's face, but sharpened by age and cruelty into something more dangerous. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said. His voice was smooth in the way that oil is smooth, it made everything it touched harder to grip. "How kind of you to greet us personally." "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said. "Welcome to Hogwarts." He said it without thinking, and the moment the words left his mouth, he realized what they implied. Welcome to Hogwarts. Not "hello" or "nice to meet you," but welcome, the greeting of a host. The greeting of someone who belonged here more than the man standing before him. Lucius heard it too. His smile didn't change, but something behind his eyes recalculated. "Shall we proceed to the Great Hall?" Lucius said. "The board has business to conduct." "Of course," Harry said. "Follow me." He turned and walked. Behind him, 12 adult witches and wizards, politicians, governors, people of power and influence, followed an 11-year-old boy through his own castle. The torches burned brighter as Harry passed and dimmed after the governors, not dramatically, not enough for anyone to be sure they'd seen it, but enough. The staircases locked into place. The corridors straightened, as if the castle was showing off its best angles for guests it didn't particularly like. The Great Hall had been rearranged. The 4 house tables were pushed to the sides, and in their place, a long table had been set with 13 chairs, 12 for the governors, 1, at the head, for Dumbledore. A single chair faced the table from the other side, isolated, exposed. The chair for Harry. The teaching staff lined the walls. McGonagall stood nearest to Harry's chair, her arms folded, her expression promising violence to anyone who stepped out of line. Snape was by the far wall, half in shadow, watching with the intensity of a man cataloguing threats. Quirrell stood near the door, nervous, twitchy, unremarkable, and behind his eyes, the second presence watched with a hunger that made Harry's scar itch. Dumbledore was already seated. He looked serene, which Harry was learning meant he was anything but. "Governors," Dumbledore said warmly. "Thank you for making the journey. Please, sit." They sat. Lucius took the chair directly opposite Harry, which put them face to face across 15 feet of stone floor. The other governors arranged themselves along the table. Harry recognized Augusta Longbottom, a formidable woman in a vulture-topped hat who looked at him with sharp, evaluating eyes. The rest were a mix of old families and political appointees, most of them watching Harry with expressions that ranged from curiosity to fear. "This emergency session of the Hogwarts Board of Governors is hereby convened," said a portly wizard at the end of the table, who seemed to be the chairman. "The matter before us is the activation of the so-called Founder's Stones by the student Harry James Potter and its implications for the safety and governance of Hogwarts School." "So-called?" Hermione muttered from somewhere behind Harry. She and Ron had refused to leave, they'd positioned themselves against the wall with the other students who'd filtered in to watch, and McGonagall had allowed it with a look that suggested she thought Harry needed his people nearby. The chairman continued. "Governor Malfoy, as the initiator of this inquiry, you have the floor." Lucius stood. He buttoned his robe with one hand, the silver cane resting against his thigh, and addressed the table with the practiced ease of a man who'd spent his life in rooms like this. "Esteemed colleagues. 3 weeks ago, an event occurred in this very hall that has no precedent in the recorded history of Hogwarts. During the sorting ceremony, the student Harry Potter apparently activated a set of ancient enchantments embedded in the castle's foundation, enchantments that had been dormant for approximately 1,000 years. He paused. The hall was silent. Every eye was on him. The castle itself responded. The structural enchantments surged. Suits of armor animated. The Sorting Hat made a public declaration naming Mr. Potter the heir of the Founder's Covenant. And in the days since, we have received reports, from staff, from students, from the enchantment monitors maintained by the Department of Magical Education, that the castle's magical infrastructure is responding directly to Mr. Potter's presence. Corridors shifting at his command. Wards adjusting to his movements. The fundamental architecture of this school, answering to a first-year student. He turned to face Harry. The look was measured, reasonable, the face of a concerned parent rather than a political predator. Harry could feel the performance in it. The castle showed him the difference between Lucius's surface and his depths, the way you might see a fish beneath clear water. No one questions Mr. Potter's character, Lucius continued. He is, by all accounts, a well-meaning child. But he is a child. An 11-year-old boy, however gifted, however famous, cannot be entrusted with unilateral control over the magical defenses and structural integrity of an institution that houses 600 students. It is a matter of safety, pure and simple. He sat down. Polite murmurs from several governors. Augusta Longbottom said nothing, her eyes moving between Lucius and Harry like a hawk tracking two mice. Mr. Potter, the chairman said. You may respond. Harry stood up. His chair scraped on the stone floor, and the sound echoed in the quiet hall. He could feel every person in the room, their magical signatures, their emotional states, the weight of their attention. He could feel the castle beneath his feet, around him, above him, a vast and ancient presence holding its breath. He hadn't prepared a speech. He hadn't rehearsed lines or memorized legal arguments or planned rhetorical strategies. He was 11, and he was standing in front of 12 powerful adults who wanted to control something they didn't understand, and the only advantage he had was that the something in question was on his side. Mr. Malfoy is right about one thing, Harry said. I am a child. The governors shifted. Some leaned forward. 3 weeks ago, I didn't know I was a wizard. I grew up with my aunt and uncle. They're muggles. They never told me about magic, about my parents, about any of this. The first time I heard the word Hogwarts was when a letter came through the mail slot of the house I grew up in, a house where I slept in a cupboard under the stairs. He hadn't meant to say that. It came out, and he let it stand. Several governors exchanged glances. Augusta Longbottom's expression hardened in a way that was not directed at Harry. I came to Hogwarts because it was the first place that wanted me. That's the truth. I didn't come here for power or politics or ancient covenants. I came because someone told me I was a wizard and there was a school for people like me, and I just wanted to belong somewhere. The great hall was silent. The kind of silence that has weight. When I walked through the front doors, the castle woke up. I didn't ask it to. I didn't know it could. The Sorting Hat told the whole school that I'm the heir of the Founders' Covenant, and I still don't fully understand what that means. But I can tell you what it feels like. He paused. The castle hummed beneath his feet, encouragement, support, a parent's hand on a child's back. It feels like coming home. Lucius Malfoy's expression didn't change, but his grip on his cane tightened. I can feel the castle, Harry continued. Not control it, feel it. The way you feel your own heartbeat. The castle is alive. It's been alive for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's been alone. The founders built it to protect students, and it's been doing that job without anyone knowing, without anyone caring, without anyone talking to it or listening to what it needs. And now it's found someone who can hear it, and it's happy. That's all. It's happy. He looked at Lucius directly. You asked whether I can be trusted with the castle's defenses. I'm 11. I probably can't be trusted with a lot of things. But the castle can. The castle has been protecting students since before any of us were born, since before any of our families existed, and it doesn't need the Board of Governors to tell it how to do its job. The silence stretched. Then a voice from the back of the governor's table, well said. Augusta Longbottom. She didn't smile, Harry got the sense she rarely did, but her eyes held a respect that hadn't been there before. Lucius stood again. A touching speech, he said, and the warmth in his voice was so perfectly calibrated that it almost disguised the knife beneath it. But speeches do not address the fundamental concern. The castle's defenses are now linked to an 11-year-old boy's emotional state. We have received reports of incidents, cauldrons rattling in the potions classroom, corridors shifting unpredictably, sealed areas of the castle opening without authorization. These are not the actions of a controlled, safe environment. They are the symptoms of an unstable magical bond between a child and a 1,000-year-old enchantment that no living wizard fully understands. He turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster. You are responsible for the safety of every student in this school. Can you assure this board that Mr. Potter's bond with the castle poses no risk? Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I can assure the board that Harry is a remarkable young man who has shown extraordinary composure in extraordinary circumstances. The castle's response to his presence has been, in my observation, entirely benign. Entirely benign. And the cauldrons? A flicker of something passed across Dumbledore's face. A minor incident. The castle was reacting to perceived hostility toward its heir. The response was proportional and caused no harm. Proportional, Lucius repeated. And if the next response is less proportional? If the boy has a nightmare and the castle decides to defend him against a threat that doesn't exist? If he has an argument with a fellow student and the castle interprets it as an attack? The governors murmured. Lucius had found his angle, not attacking Harry, but the principal. Not arguing that Harry was dangerous, but that the situation was. It was clever, and Harry could feel the room tilting toward him. The castle felt it too. The floor trembled. Just barely, a vibration that ran through the stone, felt by everyone in the room but visible to no one. The candles flickered. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a clear autumn sky, darkened, clouds gathering, thick and fast, shadows sweeping across the hall. The governors noticed. Several of them gripped the edges of the table. A woman in plum robes went pale. Mr. Potter, Lucius said, his voice steady despite the trembling floor, would you care to explain what is happening? Harry closed his eyes. He could feel it, the castle's anger, rising from the stones like heat. It wasn't his anger, not this time. The castle was listening to Lucius Malfoy talk about leashing its heir, about controlling the bond, about putting a child in a cage for political convenience, and the castle was not pleased. Easy, Harry thought. Not in words, in feeling. A calming hand. A gentle pressure. They're just talking. It's all right. The trembling stopped. The clouds on the ceiling thinned. The candles steadied. Lucius raised an eyebrow. You controlled it. I asked it to calm down, Harry said. It's not the same thing. On the contrary, Mr. Potter. It rather proves my point. The castle is responding to you emotionally. You just demonstrated, in front of this entire board, that Hogwarts structural enchantments fluctuate based on your emotional state. Today it was a tremor. Tomorrow it'll be fine, Harry said, because I'll still be here, and the castle will still trust me, and we'll figure it out together. The way the founders intended. The founders are dead, Mr. Potter. We are not. And the living have a responsibility to, Governor Malfoy. Augusta Longbottom's voice cut through the hall like a blade. I have listened to your arguments with interest and patience. I should now like to observe something. Lucius turned to her with the careful expression of a man who recognized a threat. You have argued that the castle's bond with Mr. Potter is dangerous because it is emotional and uncontrolled. But a moment ago, when the castle responded to perceived hostility, Mr. Potter calmed it. Immediately. Effectively. Without a wand, without an incantation, without any visible effort. He communicated directly with a sentient magical structure and de-escalated its response in a matter of seconds. She looked at Lucius with the kind of calm that comes from being old enough to have stopped caring what people think. I have served on this board for 30 years. In that time, I have seen headmasters struggle with the castle's enchantments. I have seen qualified adult wizards fail to manage the wards when they fluctuated during magical storms. And I have just watched an 11-year-old boy do what none of them could, speak to the castle and be heard. The hall was very quiet. Whatever this bond is, Augusta continued, it is not a threat. It is an asset. And I would suggest that this board think very carefully before attempting to interfere with magic that is older, deeper, and more powerful than anything any of us could produce in a lifetime. Lucius's jaw tightened. Madam Longbottom, your sentimentality is, my sentimentality has kept me alive through 2 wars, Governor Malfoy. I recommend it. She turned to the chairman. I move that this inquiry be concluded and that Mr. Potter be allowed to continue his education without board interference, with regular check-ins from the headmaster to monitor the situation. Seconded, said a thin wizard at the far end of the table. The vote was called. Harry stood in the middle of the great hall and felt the castle count the hands, 7 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstention. The inquiry was over. Lucius Malfoy had lost. But losing gracefully was, Harry would learn, one of Lucius's most dangerous skills. He rose from his chair, buttoned his robe, and crossed the floor to where Harry stood. Well played, Mr. Potter, he said quietly, too low for anyone else to hear. He leaned on his cane and studied Harry with eyes that were Draco's eyes, grey and sharp, but without the confusion. Without the youth. You have made an ally of Longbottom and an enemy of me. Time will tell which is more valuable. I didn't make an enemy of you, Mr. Malfoy. You came here to put a leash on me. That's not my fault. No. It's your nature. And nature, I find, is the hardest thing to fight. He straightened. Give my regards to Draco. He swept out. The other governors followed, some looking relieved, others thoughtful, Augusta Longbottom last of all. She stopped beside Harry and looked down at him from beneath her vulture hat. You have your father's nerve, she said. And your mother's eyes. Don't waste either. She left. The great hall emptied slowly. Students filtered out, buzzing with excitement and second-hand adrenaline. Ron reached Harry first, clapping him on the shoulder with a force that nearly knocked him sideways. That was brilliant, Ron said. You told Lucius Malfoy to shove it and the castle backed you up. That was the most brilliant thing I've ever seen, and I've seen Fred and George light a dung bomb in Percy's cauldron. Hermione was more restrained, but her eyes were shining. You handled it perfectly, Harry. The personal testimony, the emotional appeal, the demonstration of control, you couldn't have planned it better. I didn't plan any of it. I know. That's what made it work. McGonagall appeared at his side, and for a moment, just a moment, her hand rested on his shoulder. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Then she was gone, striding back to the staff table with her usual briskness, and Harry was left standing in the middle of the great hall with his 2 best friends and a castle humming with satisfaction around him. Dumbledore caught his eye from across the room. The headmaster nodded once, a small, complex gesture that contained approval, relief, and something else. Recalculation. Dumbledore had watched Harry stand up to the Board of Governors without coaching, without scripts, without adult intervention. He'd watched the castle respond to Harry's emotions and Harry respond to the castle's, a feedback loop of trust and instinct that no outsider could replicate or control. Harry saw the recalculation happen. He saw Dumbledore file it away, the way Harry filed things away, and he understood, the headmaster was adjusting his strategy. Harry was not the pliable, grateful orphan who would accept guidance without question. Harry was something else, something the castle was making him into, or something he'd always been that the castle was simply revealing. Either way, Dumbledore's plan had changed. Harry couldn't see the new plan yet. But he knew it existed, the way he knew the castle's hidden corridors existed, by the shape of the space around it, by the warmth in the walls. The afternoon was free. Harry should have gone to the common room, should have done homework, should have been a normal student. Instead, he found himself walking the corridors alone, Ron and Hermione having finally accepted that he needed an hour to decompress. The castle was gentle with him, in the aftermath. No new secrets, no hidden rooms, just warm stone and steady torchlight and the quiet hum of a building settling after exertion. Harry walked without direction, letting his feet carry him, and the castle carried him where he needed to go. He ended up on the 7th floor. The corridor was empty. Tapestries lined the walls, Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls, among others, and the air was still and cool and smelled faintly of dust and old magic. Harry stopped in front of a blank stretch of wall and felt the castle pulse with anticipation. Something was behind this wall. Not a hidden passage or a sealed room, something else. Something the castle had been wanting to show him, saving for the right moment. What is it? Harry asked, pressing his hand to the stone. The castle responded with an image, a door. But not a fixed door, a door that changed. A door that became whatever you needed it to become, leading to a room that was whatever you needed it to be. A room that the castle could shape and reshape according to the desire of the person standing before it. Walk past 3 times, the castle whispered. Think about what you need. Harry walked 3 times, back and forth, past the blank stretch of wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. And as he walked, he thought, I need a place to think. A place that's mine. A place where I can figure this out without everyone watching. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared. It was simple, dark wood, iron handle, unremarkable. Harry opened it and stepped through. The room beyond was exactly what he'd asked for. Not large, not grand, a small, warm space with a single armchair by a fireplace, bookshelves lining the walls, a window that looked out over the grounds despite being on the 7th floor and facing the wrong direction. The fire was already lit. The chair was already warm. A cup of tea sat on a small table beside it, steaming gently. Harry sat down. He picked up the tea. He drank it. Then he cried. Not dramatically. Not with sobs or wailing. Just tears, quiet and steady, running down his face into the teacup. He cried because he was 11 and the weight of the castle was enormous and the adults around him were all playing games he couldn't see. He cried because Lucius Malfoy had looked at him like a piece on a chessboard and Dumbledore had looked at him like a puzzle to be solved and McGonagall had looked at him like a boy who needed protecting and none of them, not one, had looked at him like someone who might break. The room let him cry. The fire burned. The castle held him. When the tears stopped, he wiped his face and finished his tea and felt, oddly, better. Not fixed, better. The weight was still there, but it sat differently now, distributed across his shoulders instead of crushing his chest. Thanks, he said to the room. The fire crackled in response. He left the room of requirement, that was what the castle called it, he realized, a name that rose from the same deep place where all the castle's knowledge lived, and walked back through the 7th floor corridor, and nearly ran into Ron. Ron was red-faced and slightly out of breath, as if he'd been searching multiple floors. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. The map in my head doesn't work as well as yours. You don't have a map in your head. Exactly. Listen, Hermione found something. You need to come to the library. Harry followed Ron down the stairs and through the corridors and into the library, where Hermione was waiting at their usual table with a book open and a look on her face that meant trouble. The Founder's Trial, she said, without preamble. I found more information. Harry sat down. The castle's awareness sharpened, focusing on the book in Hermione's hands. This is Enchantments of the Founders, Myth and Method, published 1803. It's more detailed than anything else I've found. The trial isn't a single test, it's 4. 1 for each founder, 1 for each stone. And they're not optional. Once the stones are activated, the trial begins automatically. The castle itself decides when, based on the heir's readiness. When does it happen? That's the thing. It's not a scheduled event. The castle initiates the trial when it determines the heir is ready, or when an external threat forces the issue. The book describes the trial as a failsafe, a mechanism built into the covenant to ensure the heir is worthy before the full bond is sealed. And if the heir isn't worthy? Hermione hesitated. The book says the stones return to dormancy. The bond breaks. The heir loses the connection. She paused. It also says the process is painful. Ron was leaning over Hermione's shoulder, reading the passage. It says the trial tests the full measure of the heir's soul. That's not ominous at all. Each trial corresponds to a founder, Hermione continued. Gryffindor tests courage. Hufflepuff tests loyalty. Ravenclaw tests wisdom. Slytherin tests ambition, or cunning, depending on the translation. The heir must pass all four. Alone? The book doesn't specify. But the founders valued community. They built a school, not a fortress. I don't think they'd design a trial meant to be faced alone. Harry looked at her. Then at Ron. Ron was chewing on a sugar quill and trying to look casual about the fact that his best friend was going to face an ancient magical trial designed by the four most powerful wizards in history. You're going to help me, Harry said. Not a question. Obviously, Ron said. Don't be stupid, Hermione said, which Harry was learning was her way of saying the same thing. They stayed in the library until it closed. Madame Pants shooed them out with the irritated efficiency of a woman who loved books more than people, and they walked back to Gryffindor Tower through corridors that the castle lit warmly for Harry's passage. In the common room, Neville was waiting. He stood up when Harry came through the portrait hole, looking nervous, clutching a piece of parchment. I wrote to my gran, he said. After the board meeting. She wrote back. He held out the letter. Harry took it. The handwriting was sharp and angular, the ink expensive, the tone brisk. Neville, the Potter boy showed backbone today. More than most adults I know. The Malfoy faction will regroup and try again. Tell your friend to be ready. Tell him the Longbottoms stand with the Potters. We always have. Harry folded the letter and handed it back. Tell your gran I said thank you. Neville nodded. He looked like he wanted to say something else, something about fathers and legacies and the weight of family names, but he just nodded again and went back to his armchair, and Trevor the Toad croaked from his pocket. The common room settled into its evening routine. Homework was done. Chess was played. Ron beat Harry 3 times in a row and then beat a 6th year who'd made the mistake of challenging him. The fire burned low. Students drifted off to bed. Harry stayed. He sat in the armchair closest to the fire and stared at the embers and felt the castle settle around him, contracting into its nighttime state, wards tightening, protections activating, the slow deep breathing of a building going to sleep. But it didn't sleep. Not really. Harry could feel it, the constant vigilance, the tireless watchfulness of a structure that had been designed to protect children and had been doing so for 1,000 years. Even now, in the quiet hours, the castle was tracking every person within its walls. It knew where Dumbledore was, his office, pacing. It knew where Snape was, his quarters, awake, staring at the ceiling. It knew where Quirrell was, his office, and the second presence behind his eyes was active, whispering. Harry flinched away from Quirrell. The second presence, the thing the castle had called Tom, was doing something. Planning something. The castle couldn't read minds, not exactly, but it could feel intent, and the intent radiating from Quirrell's office was dark and focused and directed at the third-floor corridor. Soon. Whatever Quirrell and his passenger were planning, it was coming soon. Harry pressed his hand to the arm of the chair. The wood was warm. He reached down, through the floor, through the stone, down to where the Gryffindor stone burned in the bedrock. I'm not ready, he thought. For any of this. The trial, the political games, whatever's on the 3rd floor. I'm 11. The stone's response was not reassuring. It was honest. The warmth didn't change, didn't increase to comfort him, it stayed steady, constant, a heartbeat that matched his own, and in its steadiness there was a message: you are not alone. You have never been alone. The castle has waited 1,000 years for you, and it will wait as long as you need. But beneath that patience, urgency. The trial was coming. The threat was coming. The castle could feel both of them, converging, and the stone's heartbeat was accelerating, slowly, imperceptibly, the way a tide rises, towards something Harry couldn't see yet but could feel in his bones. He pulled his hand away. He stood up. The common room was empty now, just him and the dying fire. "Good night," he said to the room. The fire sparked once in response. He climbed the stairs to the dormitory. Ron was snoring. Neville was mumbling in his sleep. Dean and Seamus were quiet. Harry changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed and lay there in the dark with his hand on the wall. The stone was warm. The castle breathed. And somewhere in the dungeons, in a dark office behind a locked door, Quirrell sat at his desk and unwound his turban, and the face on the back of his head opened its eyes. Red eyes. Slitted, like a snake's. They stared at the ceiling, at the stone, at the castle, at the ancient magic woven into every atom of the building, and they burned with a hatred that was older than any student in the school. "The boy," the face whispered. "The boy and his castle." "Master," Quirrell said, his voice thin and reedy. The board inquiry failed. "Malfoy couldn't. Malfoy is a tool. Tools have limitations." The red eyes narrowed. "The castle knows I'm here. I felt it watching. The stones are awake, and they remember me. Remember you, Master. I walked these corridors as a boy. I found the castle's secrets, more of them than any student before or since. The chamber. The passages. The deep places. And the castle watched me then, too. It watched me and it was afraid." A thin, lipless smile. "It should be afraid now. What shall we do?" "We wait. The boy is strong, but he is young, and the bond is fresh. The trial will come, the stones will demand it, and when the boy is tested, he will be vulnerable. The castle's attention will turn inward. The protections on the 3rd floor will thin. And then, Quirrell, we take what we came for. The philosopher's stone was always the bait. But the founder's stones, the castle's heart, that is the true prize. With the boy's blood and my connection to his scar, I can turn the castle's own magic against it. I can corrupt the bond. I can make this place mine." The turban wound back into place. The red eyes closed. Quirrell sat in the dark and trembled, and the castle watched him with the cold, patient attention of a predator that has identified its prey and is simply waiting for it to move. Far above, in Gryffindor Tower, Harry's scar burned in his sleep, a brief, sharp flash of pain that made him gasp and turn over but didn't wake him. The castle felt it. The stones felt it. And in the deep places, in the bedrock where 4 lights pulsed in the dark, the Slytherin stone, cold, watchful, ancient, recognized the echo of its maker's air in the parasite on the back of Quirrell's skull and shuddered with something that was not fear, exactly, but memory. Salazar Slytherin had been brilliant. Ambitious. Ruthless. But he had loved this school. He had loved his students. He had put his magic into the stone and asked it to protect the children, even after he was gone, even after the others turned against him, even after everything. The thing that called itself Voldemort was not what Slytherin had intended. The stone knew this. The stone grieved it. And the stone waited, with the patience of rock, for the air to grow strong enough to face what was coming. The castle breathed. Harry slept. The wall stayed warm. Chapter 4, The Serpent's Gambit. October came to Hogwarts like a cold hand closing, and with it came the dreams. Harry had been having them for a week now, fragments, mostly. Dark corridors that weren't part of any map he carried in his head. The sound of water dripping in places the castle didn't recognize as its own. And a voice, always the same voice, low and sibilant and ancient, speaking in a language that Harry understood without knowing how. "Come down," the voice said. "Come down, come down, come down." He'd wake up with his scar throbbing and his hand pressed flat against the wall, and the castle would be agitated, not afraid, exactly, but alert, the way a guard dog bristles at a sound its master can't hear. The Gryffindor stone burned hot on those nights. The Hufflepuff stone hummed louder. The Ravenclaw stone rang like an alarm. And the Slytherin stone, cold, deep, the farthest down, was the source. Something in the Slytherin stone was calling to Harry, or something near it, or something connected to it by channels so old that even the castle couldn't quite trace them. Harry didn't tell Ron or Hermione about the dreams. He told himself this was because he didn't want to worry them, which was half true. The other half was harder to admit. The dreams didn't feel like a threat. They felt like an invitation. And some part of Harry, a part he didn't fully understand, a part that the Sorting Hat had recognized when it said Slytherin's will, wanted to accept. He was sitting in the common room after dinner on a Thursday, pretending to read a charms textbook, when the pull came. Not the gentle tugging he'd felt on the train or the warm humming of the stones during normal hours. This was a yank, sudden, sharp, directional. Downward. The Slytherin stone had grabbed hold of whatever thread connected it to Harry's blood and pulled, and Harry was on his feet before he'd consciously decided to stand. Ron looked up from his chess game against himself. "Where are you going?" "I need to," Harry paused. The pull was insistent, a fishhook behind his navel, and lying felt physically difficult when the castle was involved. "I need to check something." "In the castle. At 9 o'clock at night. It's important." Ron studied him. The chess game forgotten, his expression shifted from casual to careful. "You've got that look." "What look?" "The look you get when the castle's telling you something and you're deciding whether to listen." Ron stood up. "I'm coming with you." "Ron, not negotiable, mate. Last time you went off on your own, you found a 1,000-year-old study and didn't tell us for 2 days. Whatever the castle wants to show you, I'm seeing it too." There was no arguing with Ron when he'd set his jaw like that. Harry had learned this over 2 months of friendship. Ron Weasley was easygoing about most things, but when he decided something mattered, he was immovable. "Fine," Harry said. "But keep your wand out." They left through the portrait hole. The fat lady grumbled about curfew, but the look Harry gave her, or the look the castle gave her through Harry, made her swing open without further comment. The corridors beyond were dim, lit by the low nighttime glow of enchanted torches, and empty of students. Filch would be patrolling somewhere, Mrs. Norris at his heels, but Harry could feel them both on the second floor, moving away. The castle was clearing a path. "Where are we going?" Ron whispered. "Down." They went down. Past the entrance hall, past the ground floor, into the dungeons. The air grew colder with each flight of stairs, and the stone around them changed, rougher, older, less shaped by human hands. The upper floors of Hogwarts felt like a building. The dungeons felt like a cave that someone had convinced to be civilized. Harry's feet moved without hesitation. Left at the junction. Right past the potions classroom. Through a corridor that narrowed until they had to walk single file, past doors that Harry felt but didn't open, rooms full of old furniture and forgotten things. Deeper than the Slytherin common room. Deeper than Snape's office. Into parts of the castle that Harry suspected no living person had visited in decades. The pull was getting stronger. The Slytherin stone was close, not directly beneath them, but nearby, its cold presence radiating through the rock like winter through a window. Harry's scar had begun to prickle, a low-grade irritation that wasn't quite pain. "Harry," Ron said. His voice was very quiet. "The walls are moving." Harry looked. Ron was right, the walls weren't moving physically, but something on them was. Carvings. Snakes. Dozens of them, etched into the stone in bas-relief, and they were writhing slowly, stone scales sliding against stone coils, stone heads turning to track Harry's progress down the corridor. Their eyes, tiny chips of green stone, glittered in the torchlight. "They're watching us," Ron said. "They're watching me," Harry corrected. The snakes were following him, not Ron. As he passed, they oriented toward him the way sunflowers orient toward the sun, and their stone mouths opened and closed in silent speech. Except it wasn't silent. Not to Harry. "Air," they whispered. "Speaker. The blood returns. The blood remembers." Harry stopped walking. The whispers stopped with him. Every carved snake on the walls went still, frozen in the act of turning toward him, their green eyes fixed and waiting. "What are they saying?" Ron asked. Harry turned to him. "You can hear them?" "I can hear hissing. I can't understand it. But you can, can't you?" Harry nodded slowly. The snakes were speaking Parseltongue. He knew this the way he knew the castle's hidden rooms, not because anyone had told him, but because the knowledge was simply there, rising from the Slytherin stone like heat from a coal. Parseltongue, the language of snakes, the language of Salazar Slytherin, the language that marked a wizard as something rare and, in most people's eyes, something dark. He could speak it. He'd always been able to speak it. The incident at the zoo with Dudley, the glass vanishing, the snake slithering free, the conversation that Harry had assumed was normal because he'd never known it wasn't, that had been Parseltongue. The Slytherin stone pulsed. Approval. "Come on," Harry said. His voice was steady. His hands were not. He kept walking. The corridor ended at a wall. Not a dead end, Harry could feel space beyond it, a lot of space, and the pull was coming from there. The wall was covered in carved snakes, and in the center, where a door should have been, was a single large serpent coiled around itself, its head raised, its stone mouth open. Inside the mouth, where the fangs should have been, was a keyhole. Not a keyhole for a key. A keyhole for a voice. Harry knew what to do. The knowledge was in his blood, in the stone, in the connection between them. He opened his mouth and spoke, and the sound that came out was not English. It was a hiss, low, sibilant, precise, and the carved serpent heard it and its stone eyes opened and it unwound itself from the wall with a grinding sound that echoed down the corridor like thunder. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. "What did you just say?" "Open." The wall split. The carved serpent slithered aside, stone scales scraping stone, and behind it was a doorway, not a passage, not a corridor, but an opening into darkness so complete that the torchlight from the corridor seemed to recoil from it. Cold air flooded out. The smell of deep water and ancient stone and something else, something alive, something reptilian. Harry stared into the darkness. The Slytherin stone was just beyond, not beneath him now but ahead, and its pull was overwhelming. His scar was burning steadily, a constant low heat, and the thing behind the burning was not pain but recognition. Something in the darkness knew him. Something in Harry's blood answered. "We're not going in there," Ron said. His grip on Harry's arm hadn't loosened. His freckles stood out sharply against skin that had gone pale. "Harry. We are not going in there." "I know. Because that looks like, Harry, do you know what that is?" Harry did. The castle had told him, not with words, but with the deep certainty of stone memory. Behind this wall, through this darkness, lay the antechamber to the Chamber of Secrets. Not the chamber itself, that was deeper still, sealed behind locks within locks, accessible only to the true heir of Slytherin through a series of passages and challenges that the castle remembered but had been unable to reach for centuries. What lay beyond this doorway was the approach, Slytherin's private corridor, the path he'd walked when he visited the chamber that the other founders didn't know about. "I can feel it," Harry said. "The Slytherin stone. It's close. It's connected to this place, to the chamber, or to whatever's down there." "Connected how?" "I don't know. But it's been pulling me here for days. The dreams I've been having, he stopped. What dreams? Harry sighed. I've been dreaming about this corridor. About a voice telling me to come down. I didn't tell you because, I didn't want to worry you. Mission failed, Ron said flatly. I am extremely worried. Harry, Parseltongue is dark magic. Or at least, it's dark adjacent. Slytherin he wasn't a good person. He wanted to keep Muggleborns out of Hogwarts. He built a secret chamber that no one's ever found, and the legends say there's something inside it. A monster. I know. So why are we standing in front of the door? Harry looked at the darkness. The pull was fierce, almost painful, and the Slytherin stone was singing to him, not the cold, watchful hum he'd come to know, but something deeper, more desperate. The stone wanted him to come. It needed him to come. There was something down there that the stone had been guarding for 1,000 years, and it wanted Harry to see it. But Ron was right. This was the Chamber of Secrets, or its threshold, and whatever lay inside had been hidden for a reason. Harry was 11. He didn't know enough, didn't understand enough, to walk into the dark and face whatever Slytherin had left behind. Close, he said, in Parseltongue. The stone serpent slithered back into place. The wall sealed. The darkness vanished, replaced by cold grey stone and carved snakes that went still and silent under Harry's gaze. Ron exhaled. Thank Merlin. I'll come back, Harry said. Not to Ron, to the wall. To the stone. To the Slytherin stone pulsing in the deep. When I'm ready. I'll come back. The stone's response was patient. It could wait. It had waited 1,000 years already. What was a few more months? They walked back in silence. The carved snakes watched them go, their green eyes tracking Harry until he turned the corner and left the lowest corridors behind. The air warmed as they climbed. The castle's upper levels felt like a different world, warm, bright, alive, and the contrast with the deep cold of Slytherin's domain was jarring. They were passing the second-floor corridor when a voice stopped them. Out past curfew. Harry turned. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor behind them, pale hair silver in the torchlight, his arms folded across his chest. He was in his pajamas, green silk, because of course, and his feet were bare on the cold stone, and the expression on his face was complicated enough to require a translator. Malfoy, Ron said, hand going to his wand. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, Weasley. But I'm more interested in asking Potter. Draco's eyes were locked on Harry's. You went down to the deep corridors. I felt it. Harry stared at him. You felt it? Through the floor. In the Slytherin dorms. Something woke me up, a vibration, like a bell ringing underground. I followed it. He swallowed. You spoke Parseltongue. The corridor went very quiet. Ron's hand was still on his wand. Draco's arms were still folded. Harry stood between them and felt the castle's attention sharpen to a point. How do you know what Parseltongue sounds like? Harry asked. My father has a recording. A memory, actually, in a pensieve. Of Parseltongue being spoken. He studied it. Our family has studied it for generations because we believed, Draco stopped. His jaw worked. Because we believed we were the heirs of Slytherin. You're not, Harry said. Not cruelly. Just fact. Obviously. The word came out bitter and hot and young. Obviously I'm not, because you are. You, a half-blood who didn't know he was a wizard until 5 minutes ago, you walk into this castle and the stones wake up and the snakes speak to you and the chamber opens at your voice, and I've been raised my entire life to believe that this was mine. His voice cracked on the last word. He caught it, swallowed it, rebuilt the mask. But Harry had heard it, and so had Ron, and the corridor held the echo of a boy's broken expectation. Malfoy, Harry said carefully. I didn't take anything from you. You took everything from me. You just don't know it because you never knew it existed. Draco uncrossed his arms. His hands were shaking, finely, almost imperceptibly, but Harry could see it. My father's letters. Every week. Find out what Potter knows. Find out how the castle responds to him. Find out if there's a way to transfer the bond. He doesn't ask me how my classes are going. He doesn't ask if I've made friends. He asks about you. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not the castle, something personal, something human. Sympathy. He didn't want to feel it for Draco Malfoy, who had insulted Ron and sneered at Hermione and carried himself with an arrogance that begged to be punctured. But the boy standing in front of him in green silk pajamas with shaking hands and a father who wrote only about Harry Potter, that boy was familiar in a way that cut deep. Harry knew what it was like to live in a house where you didn't matter. Where your existence was useful only in relation to someone else's agenda. Dudley had mattered. Harry had been surplus. And in the Malfoy family, it seemed, Draco mattered only as a vessel for his father's ambitions, and now that those ambitions had shifted to Harry, Draco was surplus, Harry said quietly. Draco flinched. What? Nothing. Look, I can't change what the stones did. I can't give you the bond. But I can tell you something about the Slytherin stone, because I just felt it, and it, Malfoy, it doesn't care about bloodlines. Not the way you've been told. It cares about ambition. About drive. About the willingness to become more than you are. I know what Slytherin values, do you? Because your father told you Slytherin values blood purity, and that's not what the stone says. The stone says Slytherin valued potential. The ability to see what could be and reach for it even when reaching costs everything. Harry took a breath. The stone doesn't hate you, Malfoy. It sees you. It's seen you since you walked into this castle, and it's been paying attention. Draco was very still. The torchlight played across his face, and the mask he wore, the sneer, the superiority, the practiced contempt, was gone, stripped away by the late hour and the dark corridor and the truth of what Harry was saying, which the Slytherin stone confirmed with a pulse of cold recognition that they both felt. You can feel that? Draco whispered. The stone. Yeah. Can you? Draco looked down at his bare feet on the cold stone floor. Sometimes. When I'm alone in the common room. Late at night. There's a humming. Cold. Deep. I thought it was the plumbing. Under any other circumstances, Ron would have laughed. He didn't. He stood very still, wand lowered, watching Draco Malfoy with an expression that was not friendly but was, for the first time, not hostile either. It's not the plumbing, Harry said. It's the stone. And it's been trying to reach you. Why? If you're the heir, I don't know. Maybe the heir isn't supposed to carry all four alone. Maybe the stones were meant to have, I don't know, representatives. Connections. People who carry a piece of each founder's magic. He was guessing. The castle wasn't confirming or denying, it was simply watching, the way it watched when Harry was figuring things out on his own, patient and attentive, waiting to see what he'd conclude. Draco looked at Harry for a long time. The corridor was silent except for the faint hiss of torches and the distant creaking of the castle settling for the night. I'm not going to be your friend, Draco said finally. Same words as the courtyard, weeks ago. But the tone was different, not defiant this time. Regretful. I know, Harry said. My father would destroy me. I know that too. Draco nodded once. He turned and walked back down the corridor toward the dungeons, bare feet silent on cold stone. Harry watched him go and felt the Slytherin stone pulse, not with satisfaction, not with hope, but with something more complicated. The way a parent watches a child walking a dangerous path and knows they can't intervene. That, Ron said, after Draco had disappeared around a corner, was the strangest conversation I've ever been part of, and I've heard my dad explain rubber ducks to a wizard. Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Let's go to bed. They climbed back to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady let them in with a harumph and a pointed comment about beauty sleep. The common room was dark, the fire reduced to embers. They climbed the stairs to the dormitory and changed and got into bed, and Ron was asleep within minutes, his capacity for unconsciousness seemingly unlimited. Harry lay awake. His scar prickled. The Slytherin stone hummed distantly. And the memory of Draco's face, raw, young, desperate for something he couldn't name, stayed with him until sleep finally pulled him under. He dreamed of snakes. Not the threatening kind, the kind that wanted to show him something. They led him through dark corridors, their scales silver in non-existent light, and the voice spoke again, "Come down, come down, come down." But this time, Harry answered, "Not yet." And the snakes nodded, if snakes could nod, and the dream shifted to something warmer, and he slept. The morning after the Slytherin corridor, Harry told Hermione everything. They were in the library, always the library, Hermione's natural habitat, and Harry laid it all out, the dreams, the pull, the Parseltongue, the carved snakes, the doorway to the chamber's antechamber. Hermione listened with the intensity of someone defusing a bomb, her quill scratching notes so fast it smoked. "You're a Parselmouth," she said when he finished. "Not a question." "Apparently." Harry, that's incredibly rare. There have been maybe a dozen known Parselmouths in British magical history, and most of them were in Slytherin's line. This confirms the blood connection. "You carry Slytherin's magical signature through," she paused, calculating. "Through the Peverils?" "No, the Peverils connect you to Gryffindor. There must be a second line. A maternal line, maybe. Your mother's family, Hermione." "Right. Sorry. The point is, the Slytherin stone is pulling you toward the Chamber of Secrets, or at least its entrance, and that's significant because the chamber is the one part of Hogwarts that the castle can't fully access. Slytherin built it in secret. The other founders didn't know about it. Which means, it's outside the castle's nervous system, Harry finished. The stones can feel it, but they can't control it. Exactly. And if Slytherin left something in the chamber, a monster, like the legends say, or a magical artifact, or some piece of the covenant that the other founders didn't know about, then the Slytherin stone might be trying to get you to deal with it. Ron was slumped in his chair, eating a chocolate frog he'd smuggled past Madame Pants. Or it might be trying to get you killed. Has anyone considered that option? The stone isn't malicious, Harry said. I can feel its intent. It's worried. There's something down there that it's been watching for a very long time, and it wants me to, I don't know, acknowledge it. Understand it. Understand a monster. Maybe it's not a monster. Maybe it's something else. The legends say basilisk, Hermione said quietly. The word dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water. Ron stopped chewing. Harry's scar gave a single, sharp pulse. A basilisk, Harry repeated. King of serpents. Enormous snake. Kills with a look, literally. Petrifies if seen indirectly. Slytherin was known as a Parselmouth, and the basilisk is one of the few magical creatures that responds to Parseltongue commands. If Slytherin wanted to leave a guardian in his chamber, a basilisk would be the logical choice. Logical, Ron said weakly. Right. A giant murder snake is the logical choice. I didn't go in, Harry said. I felt the pull, and I didn't go in. The stone accepted that. It's patient. Patient, Hermione echoed. That's comforting. A patient death snake. The basilisk isn't the point right now, Harry said, and he realized as he said it that it was true. The Slytherin stone's pull was real and important, but it wasn't urgent. The stone had waited 1,000 years, and it could wait longer. What was urgent was something else. Something the castle had been telling him in whispers and impressions since the night of the sorting. Quirrell. Something's happening on the third floor, Harry said. The castle's been watching Quirrell. Every night, he gets closer to making a move on whatever Dumbledore's hidden behind that door. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. They'd discussed the third-floor corridor before, what might be hidden there, why Dumbledore had announced it so publicly, what game the headmaster was playing. But Harry's connection to the castle gave them information that no one else had. What does the castle see? Hermione asked. Harry closed his eyes. He reached down through the library floor, through stone and earth, past the foundations and into the web of the four stones. The castle's awareness unfolded like a map, and he found the third-floor corridor, the locked door, the enchantments layered over it like armor, and beyond the door. A three-headed dog, Harry said, opening his eyes. There's a three-headed dog behind the door. Ron's chocolate frog fell out of his mouth. A what? A massive three-headed dog, guarding a trapdoor. Below the trapdoor, a series of chambers, each one containing a different protection. Enchanted plants. Flying keys. A giant chess set. A troll. A logic puzzle with potions. And at the end, he squinted. Something the castle can't quite see. The last chamber is warded against the castle's awareness. Dumbledore's work, I think. It's the only place in Hogwarts that I can't feel. Hermione was writing furiously. Multiple protections, each by a different teacher. The plants would be Sprout. The chess set, McGonagall. No. Flitwick, maybe. McGonagall did the chess set, Harry said. The castle was sure. Flitwick did the keys. Sprout did the plants. Quirrell contributed the troll. And the last room, the warded one, is Dumbledore's, and there's something in it that Dumbledore wants protected badly enough to involve the entire staff. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said. Harry and Ron stared at her. Nicholas Flamel, she said, as if this explained everything. When their blank looks continued, she sighed with the particular frustration of someone who had read all the books and couldn't understand why everyone else hadn't. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. It produces the elixir of life, immortality, essentially. He's been alive for over 600 years. Dumbledore is known to be his close friend and collaborator. And at the beginning of term, before we arrived, there was a break-in at Gringotts. Vault 713 was emptied the same day Hagrid visited the bank with Harry. Hagrid took something out of that vault, Harry said, remembering. A small package. Wrapped in brown paper. The Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore moved it from Gringotts to Hogwarts for safekeeping. And someone, Quirrell, is trying to steal it. The pieces fell into place with a click that was almost audible. Quirrell. The stuttering, nervous professor who smelled of garlic and carried a second presence behind his turban. The thing the castle called Tom. The thing with red eyes and a hunger that made Harry's scar burn. Voldemort. Harry hadn't said the name aloud, not to Ron, not to Hermione, not to anyone. But the castle had been whispering it to him in fragments and echoes for weeks, Tom Riddle. The brilliant boy who'd walked these corridors and asked questions in the library and split himself apart. Voldemort was Tom Riddle, and Tom Riddle was on the back of Quirrell's head, and they wanted the Philosopher's Stone because Voldemort wanted to live again. There's something else, Harry said. Quirrell, the thing inside Quirrell, it doesn't just want the Philosopher's Stone. The castle thinks, the stones think, that it wants more. That the stone is secondary. Secondary to what? Harry hesitated. To the Founder's stones. To me. The thing inside Quirrell is connected to me through my scar. And the scar is connected to the stones through my blood. If it can get to me, if it can use the connection, it could access the stones through you, Hermione finished, her face going pale. Harry, if that's true, then you're not just the heir. You're the target. I know. The library was quiet. Somewhere in the stacks, a book rustled. Madame Pance's shoes clicked on the floor 2 aisles over. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. The sounds of a school where nothing terrible was supposed to happen. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. "Dumbledore already knows," Harry said. "He knows about Quirrell, maybe not the details, but he knows something's wrong. He set up the protections. He made the third-floor corridor forbidden and then told 600 students about it. He's baiting a trap. Using the stone as bait. Using everything as bait. The stone. The corridor. Maybe even me." The silence that followed was heavy enough to have its own gravity. "Snape knows too," Harry added. "I felt him, through the castle, watching Quirrell. Following him at night. He suspects something." "Snape?" Ron said incredulously. "Snape's on our side. Snape's on his own side. But his side and ours happen to overlap when it comes to whatever's hiding in Quirrell's turban." Ron shook his head slowly. "This is mental. This is absolutely mental. We're first years, Harry. We're supposed to be worrying about homework and Quidditch tryouts and whether the stairs are going to dump us in the wrong corridor. Not Dark Lords and Philosopher's Stones and thousand-year-old snake chambers." "I know," Harry said. "Believe me, I know." But knowing didn't change anything. The threats were real and converging, and Harry was at the center of all of them: the heir, the target, the boy whose blood connected the Founder's Stones to the dark thing that wanted to consume them. He needed to be ready. The trial was coming, Hermione's research made that clear. The castle would test him, and the test would come when the threat was greatest, because that was how the Founders had designed it. Not a controlled exam in a safe environment, but a crucible, real danger, real stakes, the heir's character forged in fire and stone. Harry looked at his two friends. Ron, who'd volunteered to be his bodyguard on the first day and had never wavered. Hermione, who'd read more books in 2 months than most people read in a lifetime and was building him an arsenal of knowledge. They were 11. They were children. And they were the best people Harry had ever known. "I can't do this alone," he said. "Good thing you're not alone, then," Ron said. Simply. Like it was obvious. Like it was the least complicated thing in the world. Hermione closed her notebook. "We need a plan. We need to watch Quirrell," Harry said. "The castle can track him, but I can't watch all the time. We need to know when he makes his move." "I can set up a monitoring rotation," Hermione said. "We'll take shifts. You focus on the castle's awareness during the night, that's when Quirrell is most active. Ron and I will watch him during the day, physically. Note his movements, his schedule, anything unusual." "I'll handle the chess," Ron said. When Harry and Hermione looked at him blankly, he grinned. "If there's a giant chess set guarding the stone, and we end up having to get past it, you'll want a chess player. And that's me." "We're not going after the stone," Harry said. "Not yet," Ron agreed. "But we might have to. Best to be ready." He was right. Harry knew it in his gut, and the castle confirmed it with a low hum of agreement. Whatever was coming, it would end in those chambers beneath the 3rd floor. Dumbledore's trap, Quirrell's desperation, Harry's bond with the stones, all of it was converging on a single point, and the only question was when. The afternoon brought an unexpected development. Harry was walking to Transfiguration when the castle flagged something, a presence entering the outer wards that it recognized but hadn't felt in years. A wizard, powerful, old, with a magical signature that resonated with the Hufflepuff stone in a way that made the stone sing. "Someone's here," Harry murmured to Ron and Hermione as they took their seats. "Who?" "I don't know. But the castle's excited." At dinner, Dumbledore introduced the visitor. "I am pleased to announce that we have a guest at Hogwarts this week. An old friend of the school, indeed, an old friend of mine. Please welcome Nicholas Flamel." A very old man stood up from the staff table. He was small, bent, white-haired, and his eyes held the weary brightness of someone who'd been alive for 6 centuries and was still, against all odds, interested in the world. He smiled at the students, and the smile was warm and genuine and slightly sad. The Hufflepuff stone surged. Harry nearly dropped his fork. The connection was overwhelming. The stone recognized Flamel, not as a person but as a type, a maker, someone whose magic aligned with Hufflepuff's own creative, nurturing essence. 600 years of alchemical work had flavored Flamel's magical signature with something the stone responded to like a plant turning toward sunlight. "He made the stone," Hermione whispered. "The Philosopher's Stone. He's here to check on it, to make sure the protections are holding." "Or to take it back," Ron said. "Or Dumbledore invited him because having the most experienced alchemist in history in the castle is good insurance against someone trying to steal his greatest creation," Harry said. They all considered this. It was the most Dumbledore explanation, layers within layers, every action serving 3 purposes simultaneously. After dinner, Harry felt the castle nudge him. Not toward the dungeons this time, toward the staff quarters. Flamel was in a guest room on the 4th floor, and the castle wanted Harry to meet him. The Hufflepuff stone was practically vibrating with encouragement. Harry trusted the stones. He went. The door to Flamel's guest room was open. The old alchemist was sitting in an armchair by the fire, and when Harry appeared in the doorway, Flamel looked up with no surprise at all. "Ah," he said. "The heir. I was hoping you'd come. You know about me?" "My dear boy," the castle told me. "I've been sensitive to Hogwarts foundations for, longer than I care to admit. When the stones woke, I felt it from my home in Devon. Like an earthquake, but happier." He gestured to the chair opposite. "Sit. Please." Harry sat. Flamel studied him with eyes that had seen centuries pass, and the look in them was not what Harry expected, not awe, not fear, not calculation. Curiosity. The deep, patient curiosity of a scientist. "You're frightened," Flamel observed. "A bit. More than a bit, I think. The weight of the stones is considerable, and you are very young. But the founders were young too, when they started. Godric was barely 20. Helga was 18. Youth is not a weakness, Harry. It's a flexibility. Old bones break. Young ones bend. Did you know the founders?" Flamel laughed, a dry, papery sound. "Not quite that old. But I knew people who knew people who knew them, and the castle has a long memory. I've spent time here, over the centuries. Visiting. Listening to the stones. They whisper, if you know how to listen. But they never woke for you. No. I'm not the heir. I'm just an old man who's lived too long and made a stone that other people want." A shadow crossed his face. "Which brings us to the point. You know what Dumbledore is protecting. Your Philosopher's Stone. My life's work. My greatest achievement. And my greatest regret." Flamel stared into the fire. "The elixir of life sounds like a gift, Harry. 600 years I've lived, I've seen empires rise and fall, I've watched the world remake itself a dozen times. But immortality isn't a gift. It's a sentence. Everyone I've loved has died. Everyone I've known has turned to dust. The only constant in my life has been Perenelle, my wife, and even she is tired. So very tired. Why don't you stop? Stop making the elixir." Flamel smiled. "Because we're afraid. Isn't that absurd? 600 years, and we're still afraid of what comes next. But the time is coming. The stone must be destroyed. It's the only way to be sure no one uses it for the wrong reasons. Voldemort." The name didn't make Flamel flinch. Nothing, Harry suspected, made Nicholas Flamel flinch anymore. Yes. Tom Riddle. I met him once, you know. A long time ago. He came to me, charming and brilliant and hungry, asking about the stone. I turned him away. Not because I saw evil in him, I didn't, not then, but because I saw need. Desperate, consuming need. The stone was never meant for men like that. And now he's here. In the castle. In Quirrell. Flamel's eyes sharpened. You can feel him. The castle can. I feel what the castle feels. Then you know more than Dumbledore does. The headmaster suspects Quirrell, but he doesn't have the castle's certainty. Flamel leaned forward. Listen to me, Harry. The Philosopher's Stone is important, but it's not the prize. If Voldemort gets the stone, he gets a body, a return to power. That's dangerous. But if he gets to the Founder's Stones, if he corrupts the castle's heart through your scar, through the connection between you, he gets Hogwarts. He gets a fortress. A sentient, loyal, immensely powerful magical fortress that would answer to him the way it now answers to you. And there would be no force in Britain, no army, no ministry, no Dumbledore, that could take it from him. The fire crackled. The room was warm. The Hufflepuff stone hummed beneath the floor, and its warmth was tinged with fear. How do I stop him? Harry asked. You take the trial. You seal the bond. Once the Founder's trial is complete and the stones are permanently bound to you, the connection cannot be corrupted. Not by Voldemort, not by anyone. But until the trial is done, the bond is provisional. Vulnerable. And Voldemort knows this, or he will, soon enough. The trial hasn't started yet. The castle will initiate it when it must. I suspect the timing will be inconvenient. Another dry laugh. The Founders had a dramatic streak. All four of them. Harry sat with this. The fire burned. Flamel watched him with the patience of a man who'd had 6 centuries to learn it. You're going to destroy the stone, Harry said. Aren't you? After this is over. After this is over, Flamel agreed. Dumbledore and I have discussed it. The stone will be destroyed, and Perenelle and I will, finally, rest. We have enough elixir to settle our affairs. A few months. Perhaps a year. His eyes were bright and unafraid. It's enough. More than enough. I'm sorry. Don't be. 600 years is a good run. Better than most. And I've seen this, a castle waking up, choosing its heir, the Founder's covenant fulfilled after a millennium. That alone was worth the extra century. He stood, slowly, his old joints protesting. Go back to your friends, Harry. Enjoy being 11 while you can. The trial will come. The fight will come. But tonight, be a boy. Harry stood. He reached out and shook Flamel's hand, the old alchemist's grip was dry and warm and surprisingly strong, and left. In the corridor, the castle wrapped around him like a blanket. The Hufflepuff stone's hum was softer now, a lullaby, and Harry walked through the warm corridors and thought about immortality and sacrifice and the courage it took to choose death after 600 years of running from it. He was passing the 2nd floor when his scar exploded. Not the low prickle or the steady burn, a bolt of white-hot pain that drove him to his knees, and for a horrible instant, he wasn't in the corridor at all. He was somewhere else, somewhere dark and cold, and through eyes that weren't his, he was looking at a door. The 3rd floor door. And hands that weren't his were reaching for it, and a voice that wasn't his was whispering an incantation, and the 3-headed dog behind the door was growling. The castle screamed. Not a sound, a sensation. Every stone in the building vibrated with alarm, and Harry felt it like a physical blow. The 3rd floor corridor. Someone was there. Someone was trying to get through. The vision snapped. Harry was on the floor of the 2nd floor corridor, gasping, his scar bleeding freely, and the castle was everywhere at once, slamming doors, shifting corridors, rearranging itself to block and contain the intruder. Harry reached for the stones. "Show me," he gasped. The castle showed him, Quirrell, in the third-floor corridor, wand raised, facing the locked door. The turban was partially unwound. The red eyes on the back of his skull were open, directing Quirrell's magic, pouring dark power into the lock. But the castle had responded. The corridor was closing, walls shifting inward, the floor rippling, the enchantments layered over the door flaring to life. The three-headed dog behind the door was howling, its three voices shaking the stone. Quirrell cursed and stepped back. The corridor was squeezing him, pushing him out, and the dark magic he'd been channeling couldn't overpower the castle's defenses, not while Harry was conscious, not while the stones were alert. "Get out," Harry whispered, and the castle heard him, and the corridor convulsed. Quirrell ran. Harry felt him, felt both presences, the weak one and the dark one, fleeing through the corridors, the castle tracking them like a hound on a scent. Quirrell reached his office and slammed the door, and the wards the castle couldn't penetrate closed around him. Harry lay on the floor and breathed. His scar was still bleeding. The pain was fading, but slowly, like an ember dying. Footsteps. Running. Snape appeared at the end of the corridor, wand out, robes billowing, and the look on his face was not surprise. It was confirmation. "Potter." He knelt beside Harry, and up close, his dark eyes held something that was not hostility. "What happened?" "Quirrell," Harry gasped. "Third floor." "He tried to get through." Snape's face went very still. "You stopped him." "The castle stopped him. I told it to." Snape looked at Harry's bleeding scar. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, black, because of course, and pressed it to Harry's forehead. The gesture was so unexpectedly human that Harry almost forgot who was performing it. "You saw through his eyes," Snape said. "Not a question. The Dark Lord's connection. Through the scar." Harry's breath caught. "You know. About Quirrell. About what's in his, I have suspected since September." Snape's voice was low and urgent. "The Dark Lord is parasitically attached to Quirrell. He is using him as a vessel. I have been watching him, but I lacked proof, and Dumbledore," his jaw tightened. "Dumbledore prefers to wait." "Wait for what?" "For the Dark Lord to reveal himself. To make his move. The headmaster believes in giving enemies enough rope to hang themselves. It is an admirable strategy in theory and a dangerous one in practice, particularly when children are involved." Harry stared at Snape. This was the most the potions professor had ever said to him that wasn't an insult, and every word of it was honest. The castle confirmed it, the stones humming with recognition. Snape was telling the truth. "You're protecting me," Harry said. Snape's hand jerked away from Harry's forehead. The handkerchief stayed, pressed against the scar by Harry's own hand now. "I am protecting the school. You happen to be in it." But that wasn't the whole truth, and they both knew it. The castle knew it. The stones knew it. Whatever Snape's reasons were, and they were deep and old and tangled with a grief that Harry could feel through the dungeon stone, the man was standing between Harry and the dark, and he'd been doing it since the first day of term. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Snape stood. His face closed like a door slamming. "Go back to your dormitory, Potter. And next time the castle alerts you to a breach, inform a member of staff before collapsing in a corridor." He swept away. His robes billowed. Harry sat on the cold floor and pressed the black handkerchief to his bleeding scar and felt the castle settle around him, still vibrating with residual alarm but calming, steadying. The third-floor protections held. Quirrell hadn't gotten through. But the attempt was a declaration. Voldemort was done waiting. The game was accelerating. Harry made it back to Gryffindor Tower. Ron was still awake, sitting up in bed with a chess set balanced on his knees and a look of intense concentration that vanished the instant Harry walked in. Bloody hell, what happened to you? Quirrell tried for the stone. The castle stopped him. Snape found me. Ron's chess pieces scattered as he scrambled out of bed. Are you okay? Your forehead, it's fine. It stopped bleeding. Harry sat on his bed and pressed his hand to the wall. The stone was warm. The castle breathed. Ron. It's starting. Whatever's going to happen, the trial, the fight, all of it, it's starting. Ron sat on the edge of his own bed. He was quiet for a long time, which was unusual for Ron. Then he said, I'm rubbish at most things, Harry. Marks, spells, knowing the right thing to say. But I'm good at chess. And chess is about knowing when the endgame starts. He met Harry's eyes. This is the endgame. Yeah. Right. Then we'd better win. Harry lay back on his bed. The wall was warm under his hand. The castle breathed. Somewhere below, 4 stones pulsed in the dark, one burning, one humming, one ringing, one watching, and the thing that called itself Voldemort pressed against its host's skull and planned, and the castle watched it plan, and the heir lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling and knew that the worst was still coming. But he wasn't alone. He had Ron. He had Hermione. He had a castle that called him home and stones that called him heir and a potions professor who pressed handkerchiefs to bleeding scars and pretended it was duty instead of love. He had enough. He hoped it was enough. The castle breathed. Harry breathed with it. And the night deepened, and the stones pulsed, and somewhere in the walls, carved snakes turned their green eyes toward the dark and waited for dawn. Chapter 5 The Founder's Trial. The castle woke Harry at 3 in the morning on a Saturday in late November, and it did not ask politely. One moment he was asleep, dreamless, deep, the kind of sleep that comes after weeks of tension, and the next, every nerve in his body was on fire. Not pain. Energy. The 4 stones had synchronized their pulse for the first time since the night of the sorting, and the chord they struck together was so powerful that Harry's back arched off the mattress and his eyes flew open and the glass of water on his bedside table shattered. Ron bolted upright. What, who, it's time, Harry said. He didn't know how he knew. The words came out of him the way Parseltongue came out of him, from a place deeper than thought, carried on the current of something ancient. The Founder's Trial. The castle had decided. Not because Harry was ready, he wasn't, and the castle knew it, but because the alternative was worse. The bond was weakening. Harry had felt it over the past 2 weeks, a slow erosion, like sand washing out from under a foundation. The connection between his blood and the stones was provisional, Hermione had said. Unfinished. And unfinished magic didn't hold forever. Each day, the castle's voice grew a fraction quieter, the warmth in the walls a fraction cooler. The Slytherin stone, always the most distant, had gone nearly silent. If the bond broke entirely, the stones would return to dormancy, and the castle would lose its sentience, and the protections that had guarded students for a millennium would fail. And Voldemort, pressed against the back of Quirrell's skull, was counting on exactly that. Harry threw off his blankets and grabbed his wand and his glasses. Ron was already on his feet, not asking questions, just moving, pulling on shoes, shoving his wand in his pocket, the instincts of a boy who'd grown up with 5 older brothers and understood that when someone said now, you went. Hermione, Harry said. I'll get her. Ron was out the door and down the stairs before Harry could argue. Harry stood in the dormitory and pressed his hand to the wall. The stone was hot, not warm, hot, pulsing with a frequency that vibrated his teeth. The castle was rearranging itself. He could feel it, corridors shifting, staircases locking into configurations they hadn't held in centuries, doors appearing and disappearing as the ancient architecture reconfigured for a purpose it hadn't served since the founders were alive. The trial was reshaping Hogwarts. Neville sat up in bed, blinking. Harry. What's happening? The walls are shaking. Go back to sleep, Neville. The walls are literally shaking. I know. It's the castle. It's doing something. Just stay in the tower. Don't leave the common room. Neville looked at him with wide, worried eyes, and then did something Harry didn't expect. He got out of bed, crossed the room, and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Be careful. I will. I mean it. Whatever's happening, whatever the castle wants, be careful. You're the best thing that's happened to this school. Harry didn't have an answer for that. He squeezed Neville's arm and left. The common room was chaos. The shaking had woken half of Gryffindor Tower, and students in pajamas were milling about, talking over each other, some pressing their hands to the trembling walls with expressions of alarm. Percy was attempting to establish order with the effectiveness of a man trying to direct traffic during an earthquake. Ron appeared from the girls' staircase with Hermione in tow. She was dressed, fully dressed, shoes and everything, as if she'd been sleeping in her clothes. Knowing Hermione, she probably had been. The trial, she said the moment she saw Harry. Not a question. The trial. I brought books. She held up her bag, which was bulging. Of course she had. You won't need them, Harry said, and he didn't know why he said it except that the castle was telling him, feeding him knowledge in pulses of warmth and cold and vibration, that the trial wasn't about knowledge. It was about something else. Something that couldn't be studied. They crossed the common room. The portrait hole swung open before they reached it, the fat lady startled awake and gaping. What in Merlin's name? Sorry, Harry said. Emergency. They stepped into the corridor and the castle took over. The way forward was lit. Not by torches, by the stone itself, veins of golden light running through the rock like illuminated blood vessels, pulsing in time with Harry's heartbeat. The light traced a path down the corridor, around a corner, down a staircase that hadn't been there yesterday. The castle was building a road, and the road led down. Follow the glowing rocks, Ron said. Not ominous at all. They followed. The path led them through corridors Harry recognized and corridors he didn't, past classrooms that had been rearranged and hallways that had been created fresh, the stone still warm from its reshaping. The castle was alive around them in a way it had never been before, not just sentient but active, every surface humming, every stone vibrating, the entire building focused on a single purpose. Down they went. Past the ground floor. Past the dungeons. Past the deep corridors where the carved snakes lived. Into parts of the castle that Harry had felt but never visited, the deep bedrock, the foundation, the place where the stones lived. The golden path ended at a door. Not a small door. A massive one, twice Harry's height, carved from a single piece of dark stone and set into the living rock. On its surface, 4 animals were carved in relief, lion, eagle, serpent, badger, arranged in a circle, their heads meeting at the center. At the point where the 4 heads touched, there was a depression. Hand-shaped. Familiar. Harry placed his hand in it without hesitation. The door didn't open. Instead, the 4 carved animals moved, the lion raised its head, the eagle spread its wings, the serpent uncoiled, the badger rose on its hind legs, and from each one, a voice spoke. Not the castle's voice. Something older. Something that had been sealed in stone for 1,000 years and was speaking for the first and last time. The lion, courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to act despite it. The eagle, wisdom is not the accumulation of knowledge. It is knowing what to do without it. The badger, loyalty is not the willingness to die for another. It is the willingness to live for them. The serpent, ambition is not the desire for power. It is the refusal to be less than you are. The 4 voices merged into one, enter, air. Bring those you trust. The trial will test not what you know, but who you are. The door opened. Beyond it was darkness. Not empty darkness, full darkness, the kind that contained things. Harry could feel the space, vast, cathedral-wide, humming with contained energy. He turned to Ron and Hermione. They stood behind him in the golden light, Ron's jaw set, Hermione's eyes bright, both of them pale and scared and absolutely not leaving. "You don't have to come," Harry said. "Shut up, Harry," Ron said. "What he said," Hermione added. They walked through the door together. The darkness swallowed them. For 3 heartbeats, there was nothing, no light, no sound, no sensation at all, and then the world remade itself. They were standing in a corridor. Not a Hogwarts corridor, something rougher, wilder, the stone walls jagged and untreated, the ceiling low enough that Ron had to duck. The air was hot and smelled of smoke, and from somewhere ahead came a sound that Harry's body recognized before his brain did, a roar. Deep, resonant, and very, very close. "The Gryffindor trial." "Harry," Hermione whispered. "Look." The corridor opened into a cavern. The cavern was on fire. Not metaphorically, actual flames, climbing the walls, pooling on the floor, dripping from the ceiling like liquid. The heat was brutal, a physical force that pushed against Harry's skin, and in the center of the cavern, something moved. A creature. Not real, Harry could feel that it was a construct, a magical creation of the Gryffindor stone, woven from fire and intent, but real enough to kill. It was shaped like a lion, but wrong. Too large, too bright, its body made of living flame, its eyes 2 points of white-hot heat. When it saw Harry, it opened its mouth and roared again, and the sound shook loose stones from the ceiling. "That's a fire construct," Hermione said, her voice high and tight. "Grade 5 magical entity." "Our wands won't," the construct charged. It moved fast, faster than anything that size should move, and the heat that preceded it was like opening an oven door. Harry threw himself sideways, dragging Ron with him, and the construct blew past them and hit the cavern wall and the rock melted where it struck. "Can't fight it," Harry shouted. "It's made of fire, spells won't work." "Then what do we do?" Ron shouted back, pressed against the wall, his face red from the heat. Harry reached for the castle. The connection was there but muted, like shouting through a wall. The trial was designed to limit his advantage. Inside this space, the castle's full power was beyond his reach. He could feel the Gryffindor stone, burning below, but he couldn't command it. He could only listen. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to act despite it. The construct turned. It saw them pressed against the wall and it crouched, flame muscles tensing, preparing to charge again. Harry's heart was hammering so hard he could feel it in his throat. "It's testing me," Harry said. "Not us, me. It wants to see if I'll run." "Running seems pretty smart right now," Ron said. "Running is what it expects. What everyone expects from me, to run, or to fight, or to use the castle's power to protect myself." Harry stepped away from the wall. Toward the construct. "But that's not courage." "Harry, what are you?" Harry walked forward. The heat was enormous, blistering, and every nerve in his body screamed at him to stop. The construct watched him approach, its flame eyes tracking him, its body coiled to strike. 10 feet. 8. 5. Harry stopped. He was close enough to feel the fire singing the hairs on his arms. Close enough that the construct's breath, hot wind, furnace blast, washed over him and stung his eyes. "I'm not afraid of you," he said. It was a lie. He was terrified. But courage wasn't about not being afraid. "I know what you are. You're the Gryffindor stone. You're a test. And the answer isn't fighting you or running from you. The answer is standing here and choosing to face what comes." The construct roared. The sound was deafening, physical, a wave of heat and noise that should have knocked Harry off his feet. He stayed standing. His hands shook. His legs trembled. But he stayed. The construct lunged. Harry didn't move. The fire hit him, or it should have. Instead, the construct passed through him like a wave through rock, and where it touched him, the fire became warmth, and the warmth became light, and the light sank into his chest and settled there like a coal. The Gryffindor stone's contribution. The first piece of the bond, sealed. The cavern dissolved. The fire vanished. Harry stood in darkness, breathing hard, his chest glowing faintly red, and Ron and Hermione were beside him, unhurt, staring. "You absolute nutter," Ron said. "You walked into a fire lion." "It worked. It worked. He says it worked." "Hermione, please tell him he's mental." "You're mental," Hermione said. "But it worked." The darkness shifted. The world remade itself again. This time, the corridor was different, earth walls instead of stone, roots threading through the packed dirt, the smell of growing things and fresh water. The air was cool and damp and gentle after the furnace of the Gryffindor trial. The ceiling was low, the passage narrow, and it opened not into a cavern but into a garden. An underground garden. Impossible, beautiful, and vast. Plants Harry had never seen grew in orderly rows, their leaves silver and gold, their flowers luminous. A stream ran through the center, clear water over smooth stones, and the light came from everywhere and nowhere, a soft, amber glow that felt like afternoon sun. "Hufflepuff," Hermione breathed. At the far end of the garden, a figure stood. Not a construct, a ghost, or something like one. A woman, solidly built, with kind eyes and dirt on her hands and a face that Harry recognized from the visions the Hufflepuff stone had shown him. Helga Hufflepuff. Or her echo, at least, a fragment of personality preserved in stone for a millennium, activated now for the trial. She looked at the three of them and smiled. It was the saddest smile Harry had ever seen. "Welcome," she said. Her voice was warm and rough, the voice of someone who'd spent more time in gardens than in classrooms. "This trial is not for you, heir. It is for them." She was looking at Ron and Hermione. "For us?" Ron said. "Loyalty must be given, not compelled. The heir cannot be tested for what others feel. You must speak, and you must speak true, and the stone will judge." Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Then at Harry. Then back at the ghost of Helga Hufflepuff. "Speak about what?" Hermione asked. "About him." Hufflepuff's ghost gestured to Harry. "Tell me why you stand beside this boy. Not what he is, the heir, the boy who lived, the master of the castle. Tell me who he is. Tell me why he deserves your loyalty." The garden was quiet. The stream murmured. The luminous plants swayed in a breeze that didn't exist. Ron spoke first. "He's my best mate," Ron said. And then he stopped, and his ears went red, and he looked at his shoes. "That sounds stupid. I know that sounds stupid. But, look, I've got 5 brothers. 5. And every single one of them is better at something than I am. Bill's the cool one. Charlie's the brave one. Percy's the smart one. Fred and George are the funny ones. I'm just, Ron. The 6th son. The one who gets the hand-me-downs." He looked up. His eyes were bright. "Harry was the first person who ever made me feel like being Ron was enough. He didn't want me because of my family or because of what I could do for him. He wanted me because I was there, on the train, with a corned beef sandwich. That's it. That's the whole reason." He swallowed. "I don't stand beside him because he's the heir. I stand beside him because he's my friend, and he'd do the same for me, and that's more than enough. That's everything." The garden shimmered. The Hufflepuff stone, deep below, pulsed with warmth. The ghost of Helga Hufflepuff watched Ron with eyes that held 1,000 years of watching children grow, and she nodded. Hermione's turn. She stepped forward, and Harry could see that her hands were trembling, but her voice, when it came, was steady. "I didn't have friends before Hogwarts," she said. I was the weird girl who read too much and talked too fast and cared about the wrong things. I came to this school thinking that if I just learned enough, studied enough, proved myself enough, people would accept me. And they didn't. For weeks, they didn't. I was alone in a castle full of people, and I thought magic was supposed to fix that. She wiped her eyes. Then the troll happened. Halloween. A troll got into the castle, and I was in the bathroom crying because someone had said something cruel, and Harry and Ron came to find me. They didn't have to. They barely knew me. Ron thought I was annoying. Harry had 1,000 bigger things to worry about. But they came. She looked at Harry. The look was not gratitude. It was something fiercer. He does that. He shows up. Not because he's powerful or brave or because the castle tells him to. He shows up because he can't stand the idea of someone being alone and scared. That's who Harry is. That's who he's always been, since before the stones, since before any of this. He's the boy who shows up. The garden blazed with golden light. The stream flowed faster, the plants leaned toward Harry like he was the sun, and the ghost of Helga Hufflepuff smiled, not the sad smile from before, but a real one, full and warm and alive. The stone accepts, she said. Loyalty given freely is the rarest magic. Guard it well. Gold light sank into Harry's chest, settling beside the red coal of Gryffindor's gift. 2 down. 2 to go. Hufflepuff's ghost faded like morning mist, and the garden went dark, and the world remade itself again. The third space was a library. Not the Hogwarts library, something older, vaster, the shelves climbing into darkness above and stretching out in every direction, an infinite grid of books and scrolls and tablets and things that predated paper. The light was blue and cold, the air still, and the silence was absolute in a way that pressed against Harry's eardrums. At the center of the library, a table. On the table, a single book, closed. And behind the table, another echo, this one sharper, more angular, a woman with clever eyes and a silver diadem and the expression of someone who was always 3 steps ahead. Rowena Ravenclaw. The trial of wisdom, Hermione whispered, and Harry could hear her excitement warring with her fear. Ravenclaw's ghost looked at Harry. Unlike Hufflepuff, she didn't smile. She studied him the way a jeweler studies a stone, looking for flaws, assessing value. Wisdom, she said, is the most misunderstood of the 4 virtues. People confuse it with knowledge. Knowledge is what you learn. Wisdom is what you do when there is nothing left to learn. She gestured to the book on the table. This book contains the answer to one question. Any question. The truth, complete and unfiltered. You may ask about the Founder's Stones. You may ask about the trial. You may ask about the dark thing that lives in your scar, or the dark thing hiding in your professor's skull. You may ask about the future, the past, or the present. One question. One truth. Choose. Harry stepped forward. The book lay on the table, leather-bound, ancient, thrumming with power. One question. Any question. The truth. He could ask how to defeat Voldemort. He could ask what the Founder's trial would ultimately require. He could ask about the prophecy that Dumbledore was hiding, or the Philosopher's Stone, or the Chamber of Secrets, or any of the 100 mysteries that pressed against him from every direction. One answer. Perfect, complete, true. Hermione was vibrating with barely contained desire. Harry could feel it, her desperate want to know, to understand, to have the answer. And he understood it, because he wanted the same thing. He wanted to know how this ended. He wanted to know if he'd survive. He looked at Ravenclaw's ghost. She watched him with those clever, assessing eyes. Wisdom is knowing what to do when there's nothing left to learn, Harry repeated. Yes. And what do you do? That depends on the person. Harry picked up the book. It was heavy, heavier than it should have been, the weight of every answer it contained pressing down on his hands. He could open it. He could ask his question. He could know. He set the book down. "I don't have a question," he said. Hermione made a small, strangled sound. Ravenclaw's eyebrow rose a fraction. "You refuse the knowledge?" "I refuse the shortcut. You said wisdom isn't knowledge, it's knowing what to do without it. If I ask the book for answers, I'm choosing knowledge over wisdom. I'm choosing to be told instead of to figure it out." He pushed the book across the table. "I'll find my own answers." Ravenclaw was silent for a long moment. The infinite library held its breath. Then she laughed. It was a quick, surprised sound, the laugh of someone who'd expected one thing and gotten another. Godric would have asked about battles. Helga would have asked about people. Salazar would have asked about power. She looked at Harry with something that might have been admiration. "You're the first person to understand that the question was the test." Blue light. Cold and sharp and brilliant, sinking into Harry's chest alongside the red and gold. 3 pieces of the bond, sealed. The library dissolved. The darkness that followed was different from the others. Colder. Deeper. The air smelled of wet stone and deep water, and from somewhere below, the Slytherin stone hummed, not the cold, watchful hum Harry had come to know, but something raw. Exposed. As if the trial had stripped away the stone's reserve and left its core bare. "Ron," Harry said, in the darkness. "Hermione. You're still here." "Here," Ron said, from his left. "Here," Hermione said, from his right. "This is the last one." "Slytherin." "Brilliant," Ron muttered. "My favorite." The world took shape. Not a corridor, not a garden, not a library. A mirror. They were standing in a room that was entirely mirrors, floor, ceiling, walls, every surface reflecting them into infinity. 1,000 Harrys, 1,000 Rons, 1,000 Hermiones, stretching out in every direction, and in every reflection, Harry's scar was glowing. Not red. Green. There was no ghost. No construct. No figure at the center. Just Harry and his friends and an infinity of reflections and the cold pulse of the Slytherin stone, closer than it had ever been, its frequency vibrating in Harry's skull. "Where's the test?" Ron asked, turning in a circle. "I think I'm looking at it," Harry said. Because the reflections were wrong. Not all of them, the nearest ones showed Harry as he was, small and bespectacled and scared. But further out, the reflections changed. Some showed an older Harry, powerful, commanding, the castle obedient at his feet. Some showed a darker Harry, his eyes red instead of green, the scar a source of power instead of pain. Some showed Harry alone, no Ron, no Hermione, no friends at all, just a boy and a castle and an endless, lonely reign. And in one reflection, the furthest, the faintest, barely visible in the infinite regression, Harry saw something that made his blood freeze. Himself. Older. Sitting on a throne made of black stone. And from the throne, roots, dark, twisted, pulsing with red light, spreading through the floor, through the walls, through the castle, infecting every stone with a corruption that turned the castle's warmth to cold and its loyalty to servitude. Voldemort's vision. What the dark thing in Harry's scar wanted. Not just the Philosopher's Stone, the castle itself, remade in Voldemort's image, with Harry as the conduit. "That's what he wants," Harry said. His voice sounded thin in the mirror room. "Voldemort. He wants to use me to take the castle. The scar, our connection, he thinks he can corrupt the bond. Turn the castle from a sanctuary into a prison. Can he?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at the dark reflection. The other Harry, the corrupted one, looked back with red eyes and a lipless smile, and for a horrible instant, Harry felt the pull of it. The power. The certainty. No more fear, no more doubt, no more being 11 and overwhelmed. Just control. Total, absolute control. The Slytherin stone pulsed. Ambition is not the desire for power. It is the refusal to be less than you are. Harry understood. The test wasn't about rejecting power. Slytherin hadn't valued self-denial, he'd valued purpose. Ambition without purpose was just hunger. Ambition with purpose was the engine that built empires and schools and things that lasted. No, Harry said. To the reflection, to the stone, to the piece of Voldemort that lived in his scar and whispered dark suggestions in the space between heartbeats. I'm not you. I'm not going to be you. Not because I don't want power, I do, sometimes, when I'm scared and alone and everything's too much. But I want something else more. What? The voice came from everywhere. From the mirrors, from the stone, from the scar. Voldemort's voice. Tom Riddle's voice. The voice of a boy who'd stood in this castle 70 years ago and chosen wrong. I want this to be a school, Harry said. Not a fortress. Not a weapon. A school. A place where kids like me, kids who don't belong anywhere else, can come and be safe and learn and grow and leave better than they arrived. That's what the founders built. That's what I want to protect. How pedestrian, the voice whispered. How small. Maybe. But it's mine. The mirrors shattered. Not violently, they dissolved, like ice in warm water, melting into darkness, and the dark reflection of Harry melted with them. The red-eyed older Harry, the throne of black stone, the corrupted castle, all of it, gone. In its place, a single point of green light, cold and sharp and clean, the Slytherin stone's essence stripped of everything but its core. The light hung in the air for a moment. Harry reached for it. It reached back. Cold. The Slytherin stone's gift was cold, in contrast to Gryffindor's heat and Hufflepuff's warmth and Ravenclaw's clarity. It sank into Harry's chest and settled beside the others, and the four pieces fit together like a puzzle completed after 1,000 years of waiting. The bond sealed. Harry felt it, the moment the provisional connection became permanent. The four stones, deep in the bedrock, synchronized their pulse for the second time. But this time, they didn't strike a chord and fade. They held the note. A single, sustained frequency that ran through every stone in the castle, every beam, every enchantment, every ward, from the tip of the astronomy tower to the deepest foundation, and the frequency was Harry's heartbeat, and Harry's heartbeat was the castle's, and they were one thing now, inseparable, permanent, bound. The darkness vanished. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor of the circular chamber behind the great stone door, and Ron was kneeling beside him, and Hermione was standing over them both, and the chamber was filled with light, red and gold and blue and green, the four colors of the four founders, spiraling around the room like a captured aurora. Harry, Ron said. Harry, say something. I passed. Ron exhaled. Yeah. You passed. He helped Harry sit up. You also passed out. For about 30 seconds. The light show started and you just dropped. Harry touched his chest. The four gifts were there, warmth, heat, clarity, cold, nested together inside him, and through them, the castle was more present than it had ever been. Not louder. Clearer. Like cleaning a window he'd been looking through for months and realizing how much he'd been missing. He could feel everything. Not just the people and the rooms and the passages, the magic. The layers of enchantment woven into every surface, the wards that protected the school, the deep structural spells that kept the castle standing despite 1,000 years of Scottish weather. He could feel where the magic was strong and where it was thin. He could feel where it had been damaged, patched, modified by centuries of headmasters. He could feel where it was being probed. The third-floor corridor. Right now. Someone was testing the wards. Harry was on his feet instantly. Quirrell. What? He's making his move. Right now. While the castle was focused on the trial, while the stones were occupied with testing me, he's going for the stone. How do you know? Hermione asked. I can feel him. Both of him. The castle, it's clearer now, the bond is sealed, and I can feel everything, and Quirrell is on the 3rd floor and he's getting through the protections. Ron grabbed his wand. Then let's go. Wait, Hermione said. This is what Voldemort planned. He waited for the trial because he knew the castle would be distracted. He knew Harry would be underground, cut off, focused on the tests. The timing isn't a coincidence. I know, Harry said. But the trial's over. The bond is sealed. And the castle isn't distracted anymore. He reached down through the floor, through the stone, into the bedrock, and the 4 stones answered as one. Harry felt the castle's full power for the first time, not a glimpse, not an impression, but the complete, staggering breadth of a sentient magical structure that had spent a millennium accumulating power and had just bound itself permanently to his will. It was like stepping from a dark room into sunlight. Like taking a breath after being underwater. Like becoming, in a single instant, much larger than he'd been before. Oh, Harry said quietly. What? Ron asked. The castle. I can feel all of it. Everything. Every room, every wall, every person. And he paused, searching for words. It's asking what I want to do. What do you want to do? Harry looked at Ron. Then at Hermione. His 2 best friends, standing in a chamber beneath the castle, their faces lit by the fading glow of 4 colors. I want to stop him, Harry said. They ran. The castle cleared their path, corridors straightening, stairs appearing where they were needed, doors flying open. What should have been a 10-minute climb from the deep foundations to the 3rd floor took 3. The castle was carrying them, moving them through itself like blood through veins, and Harry felt every step of it. They burst onto the 3rd floor corridor. The door to the forbidden room was open. Not just unlocked, open, the wood splintered, the enchantments that had sealed it shredded. Beyond the door, Harry could hear the 3-headed dog whimpering. Not growling. Whimpering. Quirrell had gotten past it. The trapdoor's open, Harry said. He could feel Quirrell's progress through the castle's awareness. The man had dropped through the trapdoor, gotten past the devil's snare, fought through the keys, crossed the chessboard, Harry said. Ron. He's at the chessboard. Ron's face changed. The fear was still there, but over it, a layer of something harder. Focus. The chess set's enchanted. McGonagall's magic. If it's anything like regular wizard chess. Can you get us past it? I can beat anything on 64 squares, Ron said. It wasn't bragging. It was fact. They dropped through the trapdoor. The devil's snare grabbed at them, and Harry felt the castle's impulse to intervene. The stones could have burned the plant to ash, but it was part of the protections, and Harry let it be. Hermione hit it with bluebell flames instead, her wand worked precise and quick, and the plant recoiled. The key room was already solved, the correct key was damaged, its wing broken from Quirrell's capture. They flew across the gap on broomsticks that hovered waiting and landed on the far side. The chessboard. McGonagall's work. Harry felt her magic in every piece, sharp, disciplined, unforgiving. The board was enormous, the pieces twice Harry's height, carved from black and white stone. Several of the white pieces were smashed. Quirrell had fought his way through, but messily, with brute force rather than strategy. The black pieces stood intact, waiting for a new challenger. We need to cross, Harry said. Ron was already studying the board. His eyes moved over the pieces with an intensity Harry had never seen, not even during their common room games. This was Ron in his element, seeing patterns and possibilities that existed in a language Harry didn't speak. I'll play, Ron said. Harry, you take the bishop position on the left. Hermione, you're the castle, the rook. I'm the knight. Ron, don't argue. I can see the game. 6 moves to checkmate if the queen's aggressive, 8 if she's defensive. Trust me. Harry trusted him. They took their positions. The white pieces reset, damaged ones reassembling themselves, and the game began. Ron directed them with the calm authority of a general. Harry, move to c5. Hermione, hold your position. Knight to e4. He moved forward on his piece, a stone horse that responded to his commands, and the white queen turned to face him with blank stone eyes. The game was violent. Wizard chess always was, pieces smashed each other with real force, stone shrapnel flying. Harry dodged a pawn's club and cast a shield charm that the castle enhanced, the magic boosted by the newly sealed bond, and the shield glowed 4 colors. Harry, move to f3, Ron said. Hermione, take the rook at a8. Hermione's piece surged forward and destroyed the white rook with a crash that shook the board. Ron, what are you doing? Hermione called. The queen's, I know where the queen is. Harry, move to g4 on my signal. The white queen was advancing. She was the most powerful piece on the board, and she was heading straight for Ron. Ron, Harry said. She's coming for you. I know. Ron's voice was steady. His hands, gripping the stone horse's mane, were not. When she takes me, you'll have a clear line to the king. 3 moves to checkmate. When she takes you. This is how the game works, Harry. Sometimes you sacrifice a piece to win. You're not a piece. On this board I am. Ron looked at him. Freckled, pale, terrified, and absolutely certain. I can take the hit. The pieces don't kill, they knock out. I'll be fine. But you have to checkmate the king or none of us get through. Ron, go. Ron spurred his knight forward. The white queen swiveled and struck, a massive stone arm sweeping across the board with terrible force. Ron flew from the horse and hit the ground 10 feet away and didn't move. Ron! Hermione screamed. Harry moved. g4. The white king was exposed. 2 more moves. The pieces seemed to know it, they hesitated, the programmed intelligence recognizing the inevitable. Checkmate, Harry said. The white king dropped his sword. The pieces froze. The way forward opened. Hermione was already at Ron's side. He was breathing, unconscious, a nasty gash on his temple, but breathing. Harry knelt beside him and felt the castle's awareness wrap around Ron like a blanket, monitoring his heartbeat, his breathing, his magic. He's okay, Harry said. The castle's watching him. It'll keep him safe. Harry, we can't just leave him, we have to. Quirrell's ahead of us. If he gets the stone, I know. Hermione's face was wet, but her jaw was set. I know. Let's go. They left Ron on the cold stone floor of the chess chamber, and every step away from him cost Harry something he'd pay interest on for years. The troll was next, already dealt with, knocked out by Quirrell, sprawled across the floor of a small chamber that stank of garbage and old meat. They climbed over it and entered the next room, Snape's contribution. A table of potions, 7 bottles, and a riddle written in fire that hung in the air. Hermione solved it in 40 seconds. She read the riddle twice, studied the bottles, and picked up the smallest one. This one gets you forward. This one gets you back. There's only enough for one person to go forward. Harry took the bottle. Go back. Get Ron. Find Dumbledore. Harry, Hermione. Please. She looked at him, and in her eyes was every book she'd ever read and every answer she'd ever known, and none of them were enough for this moment. You come back, she said. You come back or I'll find a way to make the castle bring you back. I swear I will. I'll come back. She hugged him. Quick, fierce, the hug of a girl who was not built for emotional displays but made an exception. Then she grabbed the other bottle and ran back through the flames toward Ron. Harry drank the potion. It was ice-cold, like swallowing a winter river. He stepped through the black flames and into the final chamber. Quirrell was there. Not the stuttering, nervous Quirrell from the classroom. A different man, straight-backed, cold-eyed, his turban gone, and on the back of his skull, pressed against the exposed flesh, a face. Gaunt, white, with red eyes and slitted nostrils, it looked like something dead that had refused to stay that way. Voldemort. Between them stood a mirror. Tall, ornate, gold-framed, with an inscription across the top that Harry didn't bother reading because the castle was screaming at him, not in warning but in recognition. The mirror was old. The mirror was powerful. And the mirror was the last protection, Dumbledore's personal contribution, and Quirrell couldn't get past it. "Ah," said the face on the back of Quirrell's head. The voice was high and cold and it made Harry's scar blaze with pain. "The boy." At last. Quirrell turned. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, and the look in them was not his own. He was a puppet, and the hand controlling him was the face on his skull. "The Philosopher's Stone," Voldemort said. "The mirror holds it. But I cannot take it while this fool stands before it wanting to use it. The mirror only gives the stone to one who wants to find it but not use it." The red eyes focused on Harry. "But you are different. The heir. The castle's master. The mirror will answer to you. I'm not helping you. You misunderstand. I'm not asking." Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat. The touch was ice-cold, brutal, crushing, and Harry's scar exploded with pain so intense that the world went white. But something else exploded too. Where Quirrell's hands touched Harry's skin, his flesh blistered. Burned. Quirrell screamed, a real scream, animal, agonized, and pulled back, and his hands were red and raw, the skin melting, and Harry understood. Lily's protection. The love in his blood. The same magic that had activated the Founder's Stones was burning Voldemort's vessel alive. And the castle responded. Not through Harry. On its own. The chamber shook. The walls blazed with light, four colors, spiraling, the Founder's Stones fully awake and fully bound to their heir and absolutely furious. The floor cracked. From the cracks, golden light poured upward, and the light was not passive. It moved with intent. It wrapped around Quirrell's ankles, his legs, his torso, crawling up his body like luminous vines, and where it touched, Quirrell's flesh crumbled. Voldemort screamed. The face on Quirrell's skull twisted, contorted, the red eyes blazing. The stones. The boy's blood, the sacrifice, he tried to flee. Tried to separate from Quirrell, to abandon his host. But the castle's light held him. The four stones, working in concert, poured their accumulated power through the cracks in the floor and into the chamber, and the power was love, Lily's love, amplified 1,000-fold by four stones that had been built to protect children, to keep them safe, to ensure that no dark thing could touch them within these walls. Quirrell's body collapsed. His flesh turned to ash. The face on his skull screamed one last time, a sound that shattered the mirror and cracked the ceiling, and then a dark shape tore free, a shadow, a wraith, the shade of what Tom Riddle had become. It flew at Harry. Harry's scar split open. The pain was beyond anything, beyond the construct's fire, beyond the mirror room's cold, beyond everything. The wraith hit him and passed through him, and the castle's light caught it and held it and burned it. Not killed it. Harry could feel the difference. The wraith was too fragmented, too anchored by dark magic in distant places, to be truly destroyed. But the castle burned it out of Hogwarts, scoured it from the stones, from the air, from every inch of magical space within the wards, and the wraith fled, screaming, into the night, and the castle's outer ward slammed shut behind it like a door. Harry fell. The floor caught him. Not hard stone, the castle cushioned him, the rocks shifting to form a cradle, warm and yielding. He lay there, staring up at the cracked ceiling, his scar bleeding freely, his chest full of 4 colors of light, and the castle held him the way a parent holds a child who's had a nightmare, firmly, gently, with the unspoken promise that the dark thing is gone and the morning is coming. Harry. Dumbledore's voice. Running footsteps. The headmaster burst into the chamber with McGonagall and Snape behind him, and the look on Dumbledore's face was something Harry had never seen before, not controlled, not performed, but real. Fear. Relief. Guilt. "He's gone," Harry said. His voice was a whisper. "Voldemort. The castle burned him out. He's gone from the school." Dumbledore knelt beside him. His old hands were shaking. "Harry. My dear boy. Ron's on the chessboard. He's hurt. Hermione's with him. They're safe. Both of them. Madame Pomfrey is already there." Dumbledore's eyes were wet. "I should have been here." "I should have, you set a trap," Harry said. "And it worked. Just not the way you planned." The guilt on Dumbledore's face deepened. Behind him, Snape stood in the doorway, looking at the pile of ash that had been Quirrell, and his expression was unreadable. "The stone," Harry said. "The mirror, the stone is safe." Dumbledore reached into the wreckage of the mirror and pulled out a small, blood-red stone. "It was in your pocket, Harry. The mirror gave it to you because you wanted to protect it, not use it." Harry looked down. His robe pocket was warm. He hadn't even noticed. "It should be destroyed," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "Yes," he said. "Nicholas and I have discussed it. It will be." The castle hummed. The 4 stones pulsed, steady, synchronized, permanent. The bond was sealed. Voldemort's shade was gone from the grounds. The school was safe. Harry closed his eyes. The castle held him. And somewhere above, in the hospital wing, Ron was waking up with a headache and asking about the chess game, and Hermione was crying with relief and pretending she wasn't, and the castle that had waited 1,000 years for its air settled around all of them like a sigh. "I'd like to go to sleep now," Harry said. "Of course, my boy," Dumbledore said softly. "Of course." The castle carried him home. Chapter 6, The Castle Stands. Harry woke in the hospital wing to the sound of Ron arguing about chocolate. "I'm telling you, I need at least 4 more. Madame Pomfrey said rest and nutrition, and chocolate frogs are nutritious." "Chocolate frogs are not nutritious, Ronald. They've got protein. Frogs are protein. They're not actual frogs." Harry opened his eyes. The hospital wing ceiling was white and high and flooded with morning light, and the castle was so present in his awareness that for a moment he couldn't tell where the building ended and he began. Every stone, every beam, every enchantment, all of it, clear and immediate, like waking up with a new sense he'd never had before. His body, on the other hand, felt like it had been put through a mangle. "He's awake." Ron's voice, followed by the crash of a bedside table being knocked over and the quick patter of footsteps. Ron's face appeared above Harry, grinning, a spectacular bruise covering the left side of his forehead in shades of purple and green. "About time. You've been out for 3 days." 3 days. 3 days, Hermione confirmed, appearing on his other side. Her eyes were red-rimmed in a way that suggested she'd been crying recently and would deny it under oath. "Dumbledore said your body needed to integrate the bond. The 4 stones magic was settling into your system. Madame Pomfrey said it was like your entire magical core was being rewritten." Harry sat up. His muscles protested but obeyed. The hospital wing was otherwise empty, just his bed, Ron's bed next to it, and a small mountain of sweets and cards and gifts that covered every available surface. "From the students," Hermione said, following his gaze. "All 4 houses. Even Slytherin, well, a few Slytherins. Daphne Greengrass sent a book. Blaise Zabini sent a very expensive quill. And Draco, she hesitated. Draco didn't send anything, Harry guessed. Draco came in person. Twice. Madame Pomfrey had to chase him out the second time because visiting hours were over and he wouldn't leave. Hermione's voice carried a complicated note. He didn't say anything. He just sat in the chair by the door and watched you sleep and left. Harry filed this away. He looked at Ron. Your head looks worse than it is. Madame Pomfrey fixed the skull fracture in about 10 seconds. She was more annoyed about the mess I made on her clean floor than the actual injury. Ron touched the bruise gingerly. Mum sent a howler. Not to me, to Dumbledore. It arrived at breakfast in the Great Hall. Percy said you could hear it from the astronomy tower. What did it say? Mostly unprintable. The gist was, why is my 11-year-old son fighting enchanted chess pieces in a dungeon while the adults are apparently on a tea break? Ron grinned. Dad sent a separate letter saying he was proud of me. That was better. Madame Pomfrey appeared, bustling and stern and radiating the particular energy of a healer who has been worried sick and is expressing it through aggression. She ran her wand over Harry in a series of complicated patterns, muttering about magical core fluctuations and bond integration and children who insisted on nearly dying on her watch. You'll stay in bed today, she announced. No arguments. I feel fine. You feel fine because the castle is compensating for your exhaustion. Your actual body is running on fumes. Bed. Today. All of it. She left. Harry sank back against his pillows and let the castle's awareness wash over him. Everything was sharp, sharper than before the trial. He could feel the texture of individual enchantments, the age of specific stones, the emotional states of people 3 floors away. The castle wasn't just a presence anymore. It was an extension of himself, as natural as an arm or a leg. And it was happy. The stones were humming in quiet harmony, the bond sealed, the heir confirmed, the 1,000-year wait finally over. The castle's happiness was subtle but pervasive, a warmth in every wall, a steadiness in every stair, a gentle attentiveness that touched every person in the building without their knowing. It's different now, Harry said. The castle. Can you feel it? Ron shook his head. Hermione tilted hers, considering. The corridors seemed warmer this morning. And the stairs haven't moved once since you went under. Not once. Percy thinks they're broken. They're not broken. The castle's being careful. It doesn't want to jostle anyone while I'm recovering. Harry smiled. It felt strange on his face, unfamiliar, like a muscle he hadn't used in weeks. It's being gentle. A gentle castle, Ron said. There's a sentence I never thought I'd hear. They talked. For hours, they just talked, not about the trial or the stone or Voldemort, but about normal things. Ron's charms essay that was overdue. Hermione's campaign to start a study group for first years. The Gryffindor Quidditch team and whether Harry might try out next year. Normal, 11-year-old conversation, and the normalcy of it was so precious that Harry held on to every word. The afternoon brought visitors. Neville came first, clutching Trevor so tightly the toad's eyes were bulging, and he didn't say much but he sat beside Harry's bed for 20 minutes and his presence was warm and solid and loyal in a way that the Hufflepuff stone recognized and hummed for. The Weasley twins arrived with contraband, Honeyduke's chocolate smuggled through the one-eyed witch passage that Harry had shown them, and a hand-drawn card that said, "Get well soon or we'll prank you back to health," in letters that changed color and occasionally exploded. Hagrid came with rock cakes that could have been used as building materials and tears that dampened his enormous beard. Shouldn't I had to face that alone, Harry? Shouldn't I been you? That was fair the adults to handle, and he blew his nose on a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Dumbledore says you were brilliant. Says the castle itself fought for ya. The castle fought for everyone, Harry said. That's what it does. Hagrid gave him a look, shrewd, perceptive, the look of a man who saw more than people gave him credit for. "You're a good lad, Harry. Your mum and dad would be proud." The words hit Harry somewhere deep. He nodded and didn't trust himself to speak, and Hagrid seemed to understand, because he patted Harry's hand with a palm the size of a dinner plate and left quietly. McGonagall visited at 4 o'clock precisely, carrying a stack of class notes and the expression of a woman who had been terrified for 3 days and was now aggressively pretending she hadn't been. "Your classwork," she said, setting the stack on his bedside table. "You are 3 essays behind in Transfiguration, 2 in Charms, and I understand Professor Snape has not assigned you any makeup work, which I shall be discussing with him. Professor, you will complete the essays by next Friday. I have included detailed notes from your classmates. Miss Granger was particularly thorough." She paused. Her hand, resting on the stack of papers, trembled almost imperceptibly. "The castle has been very quiet without you, Mr. Potter." "I know. I can feel it." "Yes. I suppose you can." She met his eyes. "You did well. In the trial, in the chamber, in all of it. You did extraordinarily well, and I want you to hear that from someone who is not trying to manage you or use you or guide you toward a predetermined conclusion. You did well, Harry. Full stop." She left before he could respond. The door closed behind her with a soft click, and the castle hummed with something that felt like agreement. Dumbledore came at sunset. The light through the hospital wing windows was gold and thick, painting the white beds in warm tones, and Dumbledore arrived with it, stepping through the door as if timed to the moment, his robes deep purple, his eyes bright behind their half-moon spectacles. He carried no lemon drops. His hands were empty. "Harry," he said. "May I sit?" "Of course, sir." Dumbledore pulled a chair to the bedside and sat down, and for a moment, just a moment, he looked his age. Not the performed grandfatherliness or the carefully managed wisdom, but the actual weight of 150 years, pressing down on narrow shoulders. "I owe you several apologies," Dumbledore said. "And at least one truth." Harry waited. "The apologies first. I am sorry that you faced Quirrell alone. I had protections in place, monitoring charms, alert systems, but they were designed to detect an adult wizard's assault on the third-floor corridor, not a first-year student's. By the time I realized you had gone down, you had already reached the final chamber." He paused. "I am also sorry for the design of the trap itself. I suspected Quirrell. I suspected what he carried. And I chose to wait, to allow him to reveal himself, to move against the stone so that I could catch him in the act and expose Voldemort's continued existence to the magical world. It was a strategy. A reasonable one, I believed. But it used the stone as bait, and by extension, it used you." "Yes," Harry said. "It did." Dumbledore took the acknowledgement like a blow he'd been expecting. "I told myself that you were safe. That the protections were sufficient. That I could control the situation. But I underestimated Voldemort's patience, and I underestimated you. Both errors nearly proved fatal. And the truth?" Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. The light shifted. The castle's awareness sharpened, pressing against the conversation, listening. "The truth is about your scar. About the connection between you and Voldemort. And about why the Founder's Stones activated for you specifically." Harry sat up straighter. "When Voldemort tried to kill you as a baby, your mother's sacrifice created a protection, love, bound into your blood. You know this. But the curse that Voldemort used, the killing curse, rebounded, and in rebounding, it did something unexpected. A piece of Voldemort's soul broke off and attached itself to you. To your scar." The hospital wing went very quiet. Harry's scar prickled, not painfully, but with awareness. The castle felt it too, the 4 stones humming with recognition. They'd known. They'd always known. The Slytherin stone, in particular, vibrated with a cold grief. A piece of his soul, Harry repeated. A fragment. Small, contained by your mother's protection, unable to influence you in any meaningful way. But present. It is the reason you speak Parseltongue. It is the reason your scar hurts when Voldemort is near. And it is one of the reasons the Founder's Stones responded to you, because you carry, within you, the magical signature of all 4 Founders. Your own blood carries Gryffindor's line through the Peverils. Your mother's sacrifice embodies Hufflepuff's loyalty. Your mind, your instinct for the right choice, reflects Ravenclaw's wisdom. And the fragment of Voldemort, who descends from Slytherin, provides the 4th signature. Harry stared at him. The stones confirmed it, all 4 of them, pulsing in reluctant acknowledgement. The truth they'd been whispering to him since September, the truth he'd almost understood in the mirror room during the Slytherin trial, was this: part of the reason the castle had chosen him was because part of Voldemort lived in his scar. You knew this, Harry said. Before the sorting. Before any of it. I suspected. I did not know for certain until the stones activated. Their response confirmed what I had theorized. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I should have told you sooner. I told myself you were too young, that the burden was too heavy, that I was protecting you by keeping it secret. Those were true things. They were also convenient excuses. Is the fragment dangerous? Not while your mother's protection holds. The love in your blood keeps it contained. And now, with the Founder's bond sealed, the castle's magic provides an additional layer of protection. The fragment cannot influence you or control you. But it does provide Voldemort with a connection to you, a window, if you will. He can feel what you feel, sometimes. And you can feel him. The visions, Harry said. When he tried for the stone. I saw through his eyes. Yes. The connection works both ways. It is a vulnerability for both of you. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes, and the performance was gone, no twinkling, no grandfatherly warmth, just an old man telling a young one something terrible and hoping he was strong enough to bear it. Voldemort is not dead, Harry. The shade that the castle burned out of Quirrell was diminished but not destroyed. He will find another host, another way to return. And when he does, he will come for you. Not just for the castle or the stones, but for you personally, because the fragment of soul in your scar is one of the anchors keeping him tied to this world. Harry sat with this. The sunset light was fading, the hospital wing growing dim, and the castle was wrapping around him, not to shield him from the truth, but to hold him while he absorbed it. The stones pulsed steadily. The bond hummed. How do I get rid of it? Harry asked. The fragment. I don't know yet. But I will find out. Dumbledore leaned forward. I have made many mistakes with you, Harry. I have tried to control what I should have trusted. I have kept secrets that should have been shared. I have treated you as a piece in a game when you are, in fact, the whole board. A pause. I would like to do better. If you'll allow it. Harry looked at the headmaster, really looked, with his eyes and with the castle's awareness, feeling the man's magical signature and emotional state and the deep, complex architecture of a person who had spent 150 years trying to do right and getting it wrong as often as not. Dumbledore was sincere. The castle confirmed it. Not entirely, there were still corners of the old man's mind that he held in reserve, plans within plans that he couldn't quite let go of, but the core of what he was saying was true. He wanted to do better. He was asking permission. I'd like that, sir, Harry said. But I have a condition. Name it. No more secrets about me. About my scar, about Voldemort, about whatever prophecy you're still not telling me about. He saw Dumbledore flinch, small, quickly hidden, but there. Yeah. I know there's a prophecy. The castle remembers things, fragments, echoes. Someone made a prophecy about me and Voldemort, and you know what it says, and you've been deciding what parts of my own story to share with me. That stops. The silence stretched. Dumbledore's hands, folded in his lap, tightened. "Not today," Harry said. "You don't have to tell me today. I'm 11, and I've had enough earth-shattering revelations for one term. But before next year starts. Before I come back to Hogwarts, I want to know everything. All of it. Because if I'm going to fight Voldemort, and we both know I am, I'm going to do it with my eyes open." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The last light of the sunset caught his spectacles and turned them gold. "You have your mother's eyes," he said softly. "And her iron. Very well, Harry. Before next term. Everything." He stood. At the door, he paused. "Nicholas asked me to give you a message. He said, tell the heir that the stone is destroyed, and the old alchemist is grateful, and death is not the enemy, it is the last adventure. He and Perenelle have enough elixir for a few months. They intend to enjoy them. Tell him I said thank you. For everything." Dumbledore nodded. He left. The door closed, and Harry was alone in the hospital wing, and the castle settled around him like a sigh. He pressed his hand to the wall. The stone was warm, warmer than it had ever been, the bond fully sealed, the connection permanent and deep. Through it, he felt the castle's vastness, its age, its patience. 1,000 years of watching children grow. 1,000 years of holding them safe. "I'm going to take care of you," Harry whispered. "The way you take care of them." The castle hummed. It wasn't a promise. It was a fact. The last week of term arrived with the suddenness of a curtain dropping. Exams had been cancelled, Dumbledore's decision, met with universal student approval and poorly concealed faculty dismay, and the school had settled into a lazy, golden-lit interlude of free time and celebration. Harry left the hospital wing on Monday morning, and the castle greeted him like a hero returning from war. Not dramatically, no kneeling armor, no blazing lights. Instead, the subtle things. The corridors were warm. The staircases behaved. The doors opened easily. The food was particularly good. Every painting he passed smiled. Every ghost nodded. The castle was expressing joy in the only language it had, the language of comfort. The students expressed themselves more loudly. Harry couldn't walk 10 feet without someone stopping him, to shake his hand, to clap his shoulder, to ask breathless questions about the trial that he didn't know how to answer. The story had spread, as stories do in boarding schools, mutating with each retelling until the version circulating among the first years bore only passing resemblance to what had actually happened. "I heard you fought a dragon," said a wide-eyed Hufflepuff second year. "It was a fire construct," Harry said. "I heard you beat 100 chess pieces." "That was Ron, and it was 32. "I heard you told Voldemort to his face that Hogwarts was a school and not a fortress, and then the castle squished him." Harry opened his mouth to correct this, then closed it. "That one's actually pretty close." Ron milked the attention shamelessly. He'd earned it, the chess game had been genuinely heroic, and the bruise on his forehead, which he refused to let Madame Pomfrey fully heal because it looked brilliant, served as physical proof. He told the story to anyone who'd listen, embellishing slightly more each time, until by Thursday the chess set had been, at least twice normal size, and the White Queen had been, personally enchanted by McGonagall to fight dirty. Hermione tolerated the attention less gracefully. She deflected questions about her role with clipped answers and redirected conversations toward exams and homework and the importance of academic fundamentals, which was such a perfectly Hermione response that Harry felt a swell of affection every time he heard it. The three of them were inseparable that week. They walked the grounds. They sat by the lake. They played Exploding Snap in the common room and ate too many sweets and existed, for a few precious days, as normal 11-year-olds in a school that happened to be magic. The castle held them gently, and the stones hummed quietly, and the world outside, with its dark lords and prophecies and political maneuvering, felt very far away. On Wednesday, Harry found Snape. Or rather, the castle led him to Snape. Harry was walking the 7th-floor corridor, not looking for the room of requirement, just walking, enjoying the feeling of the castle beneath his feet, when the stones pulsed with a quiet insistence that redirected his steps. Down, down, through corridors he knew by heart now, into the dungeons, to the door of Snape's private office. Harry knocked. A long pause. Then, enter. The office was dark, lit by a single candle. Snape sat behind his desk, a pile of essays before him, a quill in his hand. He looked up when Harry entered, and the expression on his face went through surprise, annoyance, and something deeper before settling on neutrality. "Potter. I don't recall requesting your presence." "You didn't. The castle suggested I come." "The castle suggested." Snape set down his quill. "How convenient to have a sentient building making your social calls." Harry sat in the chair opposite the desk without being invited. Snape's eyebrow rose but he said nothing. The candle flickered. The dungeon was cold, the Slytherin stone humming far below, and Harry felt the stone's attention focus on this conversation with particular intensity. "I wanted to thank you," Harry said. "For watching Quirrell all term. For finding me in the corridor when my scar was bleeding. For the handkerchief." Snape's face tightened. "I was performing my duties as a member of staff." "You were protecting me. Because of my mum." The silence that followed was the kind that breaks things. Snape went absolutely still, not the practiced stillness of control, but the frozen stillness of a man who has been struck in a wound he thought was hidden. "Dumbledore told you?" "No. The castle did." Harry met Snape's eyes. They were black, and deep, and full of a pain so old it had become structural, not an emotion anymore but a load-bearing wall, the thing that held the rest of him up. "The stones carry memories. Echoes of the people who've walked these corridors. I felt yours. Not clearly, not details. But enough to know that you loved her. My mum. And that losing her broke something in you that hasn't healed." Snape stood up. His chair scraped back against the stone floor and the sound was like a gunshot in the quiet office. He turned away, facing the wall, and his shoulders were rigid and his hands were fists at his sides. "You have no right," he said. His voice was barely audible. "You have no right to know that." "No. I don't. I'm sorry. Sorry." The word came out raw. "Your mother was the finest person I ever knew. She was kind and brilliant and fierce, and she married a man who tormented me for sport, and she died protecting you, and every day I look at you and see his face and her eyes, and it is the most exquisite punishment I could have designed for myself." He turned back. His face was composed again, forcibly, visibly composed, the mask rebuilt through sheer will. "I did not protect you for gratitude. I did not protect you for recognition. I protected you because I failed her, and every day I protect her son is a day I pay for that failure. Do not thank me. I have not earned thanks." Harry looked at him. 11 years old, sitting in a dungeon, facing a man who was made of grief and guilt and a love so fierce it had survived death and a decade of silence. Harry didn't understand all of it, he was too young, too inexperienced, too recently rescued from a cupboard under the stairs to grasp the full weight of what Snape carried. But the castle understood, and through the castle, Harry understood enough. "She'd forgive you," Harry said. "Whatever you think you did, whatever happened between you, she'd forgive you. The castle holds echoes of her too, Professor. Not much, she was only here for 7 years. But enough. She was the kind of person who forgave." Snape closed his eyes. His jaw worked. For a moment, just a moment, the mask cracked entirely, and the man beneath it was visible, exhausted, heartbroken, and desperately, ferociously loyal to the memory of a woman who'd been dead for 10 years. Then the mask was back. "Get out of my office, Potter." Harry stood. At the door, he paused. "The Slytherin stone speaks well of you, Professor." It says you belong in this castle. That Slytherin would have been proud to claim you. He left before Snape could respond. Behind him, in the dark office, the candle flickered, and a man who had not cried in 10 years pressed his hand against the cold dungeon wall and felt, for the first time, a faint pulse of warmth. The Slytherin stone, reaching back. Thursday brought the end-of-year feast. The great hall was decorated in Slytherin colors, green and silver, because Slytherin had won the House Cup on points, but Dumbledore had a surprise. Before we begin, the headmaster said, standing at the staff table with the expression of a man about to enjoy himself, I have a few last-minute points to award. The hall went quiet. Harry caught Ron's eye across the table and felt a premonition. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points for Gryffindor. Ron went crimson. The Gryffindor table erupted. Percy was shaking Ron's hand with tears in his eyes. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms. Harry could hear her laughing and crying simultaneously. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for outstanding courage, unwavering love for this school, and the successful completion of the Founders' Trial, sealing a bond that protects every student within these walls, 60 points. The great hall exploded. The noise was so loud it shook the candles. At the Gryffindor table, students were standing on benches, stamping their feet, howling. The points tipped the House Cup to Gryffindor, and Dumbledore changed the decorations with a wave of his hand, green and silver becoming red and gold. At the Slytherin table, most faces were furious. But Draco Malfoy, sitting among his housemates, was not scowling. He was watching Harry with an expression that had evolved over the course of the year from hostility through confusion and into something that wasn't quite respect but was its precursor. He didn't clap. He didn't need to. The slight incline of his head, a nod so small it might have been imagined, said enough. Harry nodded back. The feast was magnificent. The food was better than it had been all year, the castle's contribution, Harry suspected, its own version of a celebration. He ate and laughed and cheered and existed entirely in the present moment, surrounded by people he loved in a building that loved him back, and the four stones hummed in contented harmony beneath the floor. After the feast, Harry walked the corridors alone. Not out of sadness, out of need. The need to say goodbye. Tomorrow, the Hogwarts Express would take him back to London, back to the Dursleys, back to the cupboard. The castle would remain, alive and aware, but Harry would be beyond the wards, and the connection would thin to a whisper. He walked slowly. Every corridor, every staircase, every hidden passage and forgotten room, the castle showed them to him one by one, a guided tour of everything it was, everything the Founders had built, everything 1,000 years of magic and hope and stubbornness had created. The paintings watched him pass. The ghosts bowed. The suits of armor stood a little straighter. He ended up in the room of requirement. The door appeared, as it always did, and beyond it was the same small room, armchair, fireplace, window, tea. His room. The one the castle had made for him when he needed to cry, the first place in Hogwarts that had been entirely, exclusively his. Harry sat in a chair and picked up the tea and drank it and looked out the window at the grounds. The lake was silver in the moonlight. The forbidden forest was a dark mass on the horizon. The sky was clear and full of stars. I have to leave tomorrow, he said. The fire crackled. I'll come back. September. 4 months. That's not long. The room was warm. The castle hummed. Harry could feel its reluctance, the vast, ancient building, sentient and lonely and newly bonded to its air, not wanting to let go. It had waited 1,000 years, and 4 months should have been nothing, but the castle's sense of time had changed. Before Harry, years had been like seconds, meaningless, blurred, endured. Now, every moment was vivid. Precious. And the prospect of 4 months without its heir was a small grief that the building bore with the dignity of stone. "I'll carry you with me," Harry said. "The bond doesn't break with distance. I'll feel you. You'll feel me." The fire burned a little brighter. The tea stayed warm. Harry sat for a long time. He thought about the year, the train, the boat, the sorting. The armor kneeling. The stones waking. The Board of Governors and Lucius Malfoy's cold smile. The deep corridors and the carved snakes. The trial, fire and garden and library and mirrors. Ron on the chessboard. Hermione's bluebell flames. Quirrell crumbling to ash. A piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar. He touched it. The thin, lightning-shaped line on his forehead, the mark that had made him famous and made him a target and, in a way he still didn't fully understand, made him the heir of a castle. The fragment was there, he could feel it now, a tiny cold spot in the warmth of the castle's bond, contained and harmless but present. A piece of Tom Riddle, the brilliant boy who'd walked these corridors and chosen wrong. The castle had loved Tom once. Harry felt this in the stones, a distant, complicated memory of a student who'd been brilliant and charming and deeply, fundamentally broken. The castle had tried to reach him. The stones had recognized his potential. But Tom Riddle had wanted the castle as a weapon, not a home, and the stones had recoiled, and the boy had become a monster, and the castle had mourned. Harry wouldn't make that mistake. The castle knew it. The stones knew it. And deep in the bedrock, in the place where four lights pulsed in the dark, the Founder's stones held their heir's heartbeat close and promised, in the wordless language of stone and magic, that when he returned, they would be waiting. Morning came. Bright, clear, the last day of June. Students flooded the corridors with trunks and owls and the chaotic energy of a boarding school emptying for summer. Harry packed his trunk, it didn't take long, he hadn't arrived with much, and carried it down to the common room. Ron was waiting. So was Hermione. They walked to the entrance hall together, three abreast, and the castle lit their path one last time. In the entrance hall, Harry stopped. He set down his trunk and pressed both hands flat against the wall. The stone was warm. The four stones pulsed, one burning, one humming, one ringing, one watching. The castle breathed. For months, Harry whispered. The wall pulsed once. An acknowledgement. A promise. Harry picked up his trunk and walked out the front doors and into the sunlight. The ground stretched before him, green and bright, and the lake glittered, and the forbidden forest swayed in the breeze. Behind him, Hogwarts rose against the sky, massive and ancient and alive, and Harry felt it watching him go, every tower, every window, every stone. The Hogwarts Express was red and gleaming at Hogsmeade Station. Harry climbed aboard with Ron and Hermione and found a compartment and watched Scotland stream past the windows in a blur of green and grey. "You're quiet," Ron said. "Just thinking." "About what?" "About cupboards," Harry said. "And castles. And how a person can go from one to the other in a year and still not quite believe it." Ron was silent for a moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog. "Here," he said. "For the train." Harry took it. The frog leapt for the window and hit the glass and slid down sadly. Harry picked it up and bit the head off. Chocolate. Just chocolate. But something in his chest was warm, and it had nothing to do with the castle. Hermione opened a book. Ron started a chess game against himself. The countryside changed, Scottish highlands giving way to English farmland, wild to tamed, magic to muggle. King's Cross approached. The connection thinned. Mile by mile, the castle's presence faded from a shout to a murmur to a whisper. By the time the train pulled into platform 9 3/4, Harry could barely feel it, a distant hum, a faint warmth, the ghost of a heartbeat that wasn't his. But it was there. The bond held. Across the hundreds of miles between London and Scotland, the four stones pulsed in the dark, and Harry Potter's heartbeat echoed in the bedrock of a castle that called him home. He stepped off the train. The platform was crowded with families, parents hugging children, siblings fighting, the warm chaos of reunion. Mrs. Weasley spotted Ron and descended like a red-haired force of nature, sweeping him into a hug that lifted him off his feet. "Oh, Ron! We were so worried. Your father and when we got the letter about the chess set, and Harry, dear," she turned to Harry and hugged him too, fierce and warm and smelling of home cooking, and Harry stood very still in the embrace of a woman who barely knew him and felt something crack in his chest that he'd been holding together for a very long time. "You come stay with us this summer," Mrs. Weasley said firmly, holding him at arm's length, her eyes bright. "I'll write to your aunt. Ron, make sure Harry has our address." "Already done, Mum." Hermione's parents were there too, dentists, bewildered and proud, hugging their daughter while she talked at 90 miles an hour about transfiguration and potions and a castle that could think. They shook Harry's hand and looked slightly terrified by the world their daughter had entered. "Write to us," Hermione said. "Both of you. Every week." "Every week," Harry promised. The Dursleys were by the barrier. Uncle Vernon, purple-faced and impatient. Aunt Petunia, thin-lipped and anxious. Dudley, enormous and sulky. They hadn't changed. The cupboard hadn't changed. The locks and the small meals and the casual cruelty, none of it had changed. But Harry had. He walked toward them with his trunk and his owl and the bond of a 1,000-year-old castle humming quietly in his blood. Uncle Vernon looked at him with the usual blend of contempt and unease, and Harry looked back with green eyes that had seen fire and darkness and a building that knelt, and something in Vernon's expression shifted, a recognition, maybe unconscious, that the boy who'd left in September was not the boy who'd returned. "Come on, then," Vernon grunted. "Cars this way." Harry followed. He loaded his trunk. He climbed into the back seat. The car pulled away from King's Cross, into the grey London traffic, toward Little Whinging and Privet Drive and a summer of locked doors and cold dinners. But in his chest, for lights pulsed, red and gold and blue and green, and in his blood, a castle breathed, and across the hundreds of miles of motorway and farmland and ordinary, unmagical England, the stones held their heir's heartbeat and hummed. He'd be back. September. 4 months. Not long. Hogwarts was waiting. The castle stood.